7 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we're live, and we thank you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG could be unscreened phone calls at any moment. If you want to weigh in on the conversation, you can do so by calling 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can hit contact at rickandbubba.com, email us as well, or all our social media links are on the homepage there, just to the right of show notes. And show notes is a great place to go to land. Anytime we have guests or big stories that we're talking about, the links will always be there. A little bit later in the show, Jimmie Johnson, NASCAR great, now in the IndyCar series. He'll make his debut at the Hyundai Indy Grand Prix of Alabama coming up in April. We'll talk to him today. And that'd be a great time to go to show notes because links for him and the race will be there. So let's bring him in now. We have one Eddie Van Adler. He's here. And to my right, we have Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. That completes the Good Time Gang. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good, gentlemen. How are y'all?
Y'all, we are good. We are good. Today's a great day for
Greg,
you.
what is wrong?
I'm just reading.
He's reading the headlines.
Huffing and puffing over there.
He's reading the headlines. I'm going to suggest that you read.
I
know that you read the headlines a little bit earlier than just going on because it gets you in a bad mood. Maybe if you read them a little bit earlier.
Let me tell you something. There's a bunch of butt whoopings need to go on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm talking about adults. I'm not talking about kids. Yeah. I'm talking about some adults need that butt whip.
Now, now there was a couple of stories that's really got him going, but the one today, I saw last week that Krispy Kreme was offering a free donut to those that had the vaccine. Yes. Come in, show them you've had the vaccine, you get a free donut. Well, now Krispy Kreme's under fire.
Well, here's what the people are mad at. Well, the idiots are mad at. Their press release that states that customers can get their free donut anytime, any day, even every day.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a little slogan. And then somebody, this nutritionist puts out, first, if someone indeed eats an original glazed every day, your offer provides. It's changed no other aspects of their diet. Hey, we get this. In other words, first of all, nobody's going to come in there and get one every day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and even if they did, that's a legal place. You can go get. If you want donuts every day, you can get them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but these people, if you get a vaccine, nobody says, okay, you had a vaccine, you must come eat a Krispy Kreme donut. You have to,
mm-hmm.
and it may be every day.
It's choice. I mean, you
My
can go.
point
Or
is,
you
they're
not
mad. This is a legal product. One person said it would be like Marlboro giving out free cigarettes if you got a flu shot
because of obesity. They're saying,
yeah, but nobody said go in there and eat a whole dozen to yourself. That's up to you. This is a place that sells donuts, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that's legal. That's a legal product. And I don't know. How about this? It isn't healthy, but in America, if you want to eat 12 a day, you can.
But you're saying,
but my point
who
is,
cares what this
up,
self-proclaimed nutritionist thinks anyway?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Lighten up.
Who cares?
My God, they're just trying to get people. I mean, it's a good promotion. Hey, get a vaccine, you get a free donut.
But if I can get this right, but the nutritionist
But they're mad about
saying,
their little jingle about every day, any day. What? Hey, it's
and
just
is she saying that
Go work out.
obesity
Get
is
off social media.
a real
Who cares?
issue, and why are you promoting this? Is that
yeah,
what you
basically. Her
Okay.
thing is if you got one every day
Oh my God!
without exercise along with it, well,
Nobody's
really,
forcing anybody to go to Krispy Kreme.
you can gain up to 15 pounds a year.
Good
Hey,
gracious.
lighten up. It's a donut for getting a shot. That's it.
Go
And how
bother
about
somebody
this?
else on
Hey,
social media.
If you really don't, if you say, yeah, that's probably not good, but how about this? What if I said, well, I'm going to get me one donut, and I went and got me one? So, is that bad? I mean, I wished I'd known when I got my vaccine, I'd went and got me one.
Yeah. Is this the first time this nutritionist has complained about Krispy Kreme? Because they've been around for a while.
Oh.
And speaking of shots, today, Helmsy gets a block.
He does.
Huh?
And you know what? You can go to Krispy Kreme and get a donut.
Right.
If you get
I
one.
will want one.
And what time is the delivery?
8:20.
8:20. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You want to do
Look,
a baby prediction too?
Hey,
Yeah.
Eugene Goo, you know how we just randomly pick people.
Uh-huh.
Krispy Kreme offering free donuts for getting vaccinated is like Marlboro offering free cigarettes for getting a flu shot. We have an obesity epidemic in this country that's killing us. Corporations that ride the COVID-19 vaccine as a marketing ploy for junk food is terrible.
No,
Hey,
we haven't.
Lighten up, Eugene Goo.
We have a DA epidemic in this country that's killing us.
Ain't going to hurt you to eat a
That's
donut
what we
every
got
day.
going.
Hey, there we
Ain't
go.
going to hurt. There's a lot of things out there we overindulge in,
Mhm.
you know? But let's don't just beat up on donuts. Because there's a lot of people that can go by and just get one and be good with it.
Yeah.
Or how about this? I don't care. If you want to eat 12, I say eat 12. That's you. Deal with it,
Yeah.
you know? You might want to eat 12 and then go. You may be one of these people that works out all the time, and I can eat 12. Like it or not, probably not healthy.
I was going to say probably not that many people out there.
But by an edge, you should be able to do it.
Choice,
if
absolutely.
you want to.
Yeah.
Give a rip.
I think there'll be some things that America will jump on and get behind. Criticizing Krispy Kreme at one of them. I think people are going to move right on past that and not really listen to this.
You know what I'm saying? Donut anytime, any day, even every day. It's just a little cute little jingle. Hey, wait a minute. If you ate one every day, hey, calm down. Don't quit ruining our fun. We're having a little donut fun.
And what is ruining the fun? How did we know that this particular person was speaking out about it? Social media?
Exactly.
Oh,
and look, and
there we go.
Every moron out there can send out a tweet. Why do we randomly pick?
It's a fake world too. Nobody, who cares?
And go like I say, Eugene Goo, and he got an MD after it, so he must really know. His name is Eugene, and his last name is Gu, or that's what his thing is.
I just love how you say goo.
Eugene Goo. So we're just gonna randomly, Eugene. He probably knows what he's talking about. Let's get him. When I drive in and hear the news, when they go Frank from that drives me nuts. I need to see some qualifications on these people.
Yeah, nobody cares what Frank's saying.
Yeah. Good night.
All I care about is that hot and ready.
That's right. I tell you what, this is we must stop this. All the crap going on out there, this must be stopped.
How dare Krispy Kreme offer free donuts?
You kidding me? You talking about a legal business that sells donuts? God forbid somebody actually eat their product. Is that what we're talking about? Kind of the point, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I thought.
866 we be big.
Right
the number that got him fired up.
Wish I had a donut.
I know, I do too. As we started the show, it was dialed in. It was
I say if you get your vaccine, go get your donut.
Yeah, what I mean,
any day, even every day.
Right now you do have a choice, so you can choose.
And just for the record, you're not going to get a vaccine every day.
No.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy,
Now 20
please.
minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. As always, we appreciate you choosing the show. We've got a lot out there to choose from, and we thank you for making us your selection. A little bit later in the show today, we got Jimmie Johnson with us. He is going to be making his debut in an IndyCar at the Honda Indy Grand Prix presented by Amherst, April 16th through 18th. And, we don't follow IndyCar the way I need to, but apparently the season is kicking off at Barber Motorsports. And so Jimmie Johnson will find himself in the number 48 Honda. And so we'll talk to him a little bit later in the show. The guys will get him on the phone and catch up with him, see how he's doing, and promote the Barber Motorsports park as they host the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. As we come back, I do want to let y'all know it's National Doctors Day, and that's kind of fitting.
What's that mean?
Because Helmsy's headed to the doc to get him a block.
Ooh.
And I hope you feel better because I know you stoved up. You walking around.
Yeah, it's a long time coming. So
Yeah.
we'll get in. Hopefully it'll. That's what Amanda was.
get shot in
Amanda
the
asked me
back.
yesterday, and this is part of the new world we live in with COVID. What is that noise?
I don't
by
know.
the way?
Somebody's got audio rolling.
That must be me.
All right.
She asked me last night. She said, "So I said, hey, I got some bad news. You do realize you got to sit in the car. Like you can't come in with me. They're not going to allow you.
That's
to do
right.
that." And I said, "Look, let's get your Kindle. Make sure it's got plenty
Yeah.
of power and your phone and all that. Make sure because you're going to be there for an hour and a half." And I say that I don't know how long. It shouldn't take long. They're usually pretty quick about it, in and out kind of thing. And then we got into this debate about was I really going under anesthesia or not? And
I'd kind of like to know that.
and I am.
You are?
And she says that that's not really going under with the way they do it. And we argued about that. I said, do I go to sleep and do I not remember it? And she said, yes. I said, well, then I'm fully out, period.
As far as you're concerned.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned. So she says that I would actually be responsive in there. Like if they had to ask me something, I don't know.
God, I wish I was in there.
I don't know. But I've done this before, and it's the best nap you'll ever get. I know that.
Yeah.
I never know what's going on, and there's usually, I don't want to jinx myself, but there's usually no soreness after or anything. Usually it's a pretty immediate deal where you're like, wow, okay, so this thing's working already.
So really today's a
back handspring.
Today's a celebration for you, my friend. You're going to start feeling better today.
No doubt.
How about that?
That's what I'm hoping. Now, the last time I did this, I had to do this within 2 times within 2 or 3 weeks. But they're going to try to do both things that they did in those 2 weeks in one swoop today.
Oh, I like that.
And I know that's not – some medical people out there right now are going, what is he talking about? He just was as general as can be.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm getting an epidural block in my L4, L5 area. I have disc issues and have arthritis, and they're going to tend to both of those things today.
And they're going to try to do 2 shots into one. That's how I've dumbed it down to that. Is that okay?
Hopefully by lunch today, Amanda did ask me this. She said, so is this going to be one of those deals where you milk this all day long?
Ooh.
And I told her, I said, no. I said, honestly, no, I'm not going to be playing tennis this afternoon.
Yeah.
But I said, I should be fine. Like, this is not something that I'm like recovering for. This is a 30-minute nap while they do this, and then I'm at home archiving the show, maybe even before y'all are off the air. That's kind of the way I see it playing out.
Right.
Is it going to have your voice in it?
I hope so. I don't know. I mean, I know what's going on is the pollen and putting out all the pine straw and all that.
Off in it?
Wasn't expecting me to lose my voice.
Yeah.
But you know what's going to
voice.
happen is people are going to hear this in the doctor's office and think I have COVID.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's sick. Watch out.
Watch him.
Yeah.
Start
No.
coughing.
Plenty of antibodies here.
Was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday, and I'm like, I bet you these doc in the boxes, they right now, they've got it, I wouldn't say tough, but okay, so let's say you go in with these type issues, and it's December or January. Most aren't, their allergies aren't just, through the roof during those months, or at least they hadn't experienced that at our house. So if you go into a doctor's office and you're all stopped up or whatever, then they can pretty much pinpoint it to, all right, look, we need to test you, because they don't just give a steroid now to anybody. But now if you go in and you really truly have allergies, I guess hopefully you have a doctor that knows that, because, will they give you a steroid shot now to help clear it up? I mean, because you're not supposed to with COVID. So how, do you have to get tested?
Yeah.
I bet you they have a lot of trying to figure out, all right, who's sick and who's not, because I know my oldest Tyler is just eat up with it, and which I've kind of made fun of. And I've even talked about, as I've gotten older, I've developed more allergies. And when he was younger, he did not have these pollen allergies and stuff, but now he does. He is eat up. He sounds just like you.
Yeah. Well, Braden even asked me last night. He's like, why are you talking like that? I'm like, can't help it.
Can't help it.
There's nothing I can do about it, buddy.
No.
That's called being outside in allergy season.
Do you feel like you sound kind of cool?
No, not at all.
No?
No,
Okay.
it's a bip to me. I don't know if it is to y'all.
All right. So Amanda is taking you. She has to sit in the car, and she's already asked you how long you're going to milk it.
She said last night, she goes, the only thing I don't like about you scheduling this during show hours is I know the guys are going to call me, and I'm not going to answer. So you can tell them I'm not going to be a part of this today.
Is there any way we could talk to you as you're,
Probably not.
as you're going under?
Probably not. After last time, I kind of want to respect Dr. Downey and everything going on there.
Well, if you could leave, could you leave Dr. Downey's information for me?
No.
You couldn't? Okay.
We'll
Because I'd like to contact him as you're rolling back.
I
got you rolling back.
He
now.
will never admit it. But I think we overstepped on that.
We may
last
Helmsy, I can tell you this right now. Anytime any of us have gone under, we've overstepped.
Yeah.
We've got a hospital that had to have a meeting because of this show.
My wife works at the hospital.
Okay, I mean, basically, hey, we got to go over our procedure again.
Is acceptable and it's not.
Because we're trying to get content and we're trying to get that audio that we need of all that kind of stuff. That's what we want.
Yeah.
And we just running through rules.
Yeah, sure.
And guidelines. So yeah, I don't think that's going to take place.
Yeah, I'm gonna be behave today.
Yeah,
That's what
good.
I'm gonna do.
But for her to already say, "Are you going to milk this?" Does she know something we don't? Does she think you might?
Y'all know me. I mean, if for instance, when you have a procedure and the doc tells you to stay down for 3 days, okay, but you feel better on the second day.
Yeah,
I don't get up on the second day, even if I feel better.
Because he said 3.
He said 3. I'm gonna listen to the doctor.
Okay.
They
It's
usually
called
don't.
milking
Right.
it for everything it's
Today's
worth.
Doctor's Day.
Look, I don't get these.
Right.
I don't get
It is
these
Doctor's
moments, guys.
That's true. You actually go for 4 days.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, all I'm doing is listening to the doctor.
Sure.
No sense in getting out there in day 2 thinking you're fine and be hurt
I mean,
on day 3.
Who wants that?
Who wants that? That hurts the family.
Right.
Because then you're a bit day 4, day 5 because you messed everything up.
Here's what I'm going to request from Amanda.
My voice is
Here's
great.
what I'm going to request from Amanda. And this is really all I need, a text.
She knows that's where it starts.
No,
though.
just listen. A text. Just say, hey, text Speedy. Don't worry about Greg. He probably won't read it. Text Speedy and say he's out doing good. That's it.
Well, I can do that.
Can you?
It's not like I'm not.
Okay.
I will
well,
be
I thought
fine.
you over there milking. Cameron, use your thumb.
No, I said today is not a milk. This is not a milking procedure.
Okay.
Not at all.
If you're just joining us.
Like I'll be doing carpool this afternoon.
Oh.
Yeah, this is not a big deal at all.
Okay.
I seriously will be archiving the show at 10 and back to normal things. I mean, I'm not going to go lifting. I think you got to take a day or so and like let everything kind of.
Right. The more you talk, the worse your voice is getting.
Yeah, I know. I just need to shut up and go on now.
Yeah. All right. So that's an update, and so we'll have one for you tomorrow. Are you going to be here tomorrow?
Buddy,
Huh?
Said 3 days.
I wasn't sure. I
y'all
didn't
keep
know.
acting like this, and I won't. I know that. Who wants to be around this?
Yeah.
Bunch of jerks.
Every now and then, and we've all done it, where you like, something happened to me, and why would I even tell the guys about it? Because I'm just going to get ridiculed and beat up. But something happened yesterday that I've got to share with you guys on the way back.
Well, I can't wait.
And so it'll bring a little bit of the block off of you, and we'll move on with the show. 866 We Be Big is our number. It is the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes from right now. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and Rick and Bubba join us about 30 minutes from right now. Welcome in. All right, as we come on back, Eddie Van Adler, he's here. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. Good time gang. And we talked last segment. First segment, it was what's irritating Greg. He's still holding court off air right now, mad about it. The stories of the day will get you frustrated, Greg. I'm asking you to pull out of it because it's got you going today, my friend.
Yeah, I'm done with it.
And Helmsy is getting a block today on his back. Hopefully he feels better, and he'll get that done. But it's just still, hey, I got a day of procedure and blah, blah, blah. But really today's a celebration. If it's that immediate and you feel that good that quickly, then today's a good day for you.
You think you can do anything about my voice?
Maybe so. Maybe say, hey, give me a block and a steroid shot at the same time. Clear me up.
I think that's what he's actually putting in my back. Isn't it? I want to know.
So.
I want to know what the actual chemicals. I'm gonna ask that today. I'm gonna get very technical with some of my questions today.
Okay,
we're gonna get some details. Because I got an email last week going, hey, what are they actually injecting in your back? Because I'm allergic to some of this stuff, and I think this would help me, but I'm allergic to this, that, and the other. So I'll get to the bottom of it today, if I'm not too loopy.
All right. So this little update here has to do with my oldest Tyler, who is he's not playing anymore. He's now coaching. He's a high school coach and a teacher.
Yep.
And he's entered that world. And Greg, you know it well, with Taylor coaching and teaching and all that. And so he's a varsity baseball coach, and then has teaches and all that. So that's his world, right? And he gives us updates, but now it's as a coach, which I love. Because it's everything that like coaching him and his brothers and stuff that he would always hear me complain about hey, they don't listen, what's the kids these days, what in the world, they don't understand the game, we're trying to teach everything that would always come out of my mouth is now coming out of his mouth. And it's kind of funny, or at least he would hear other coaches talk to him that way, because he was a player. And so as a joke, I've been telling him, and Terry just owns, hey, when you need me to come talk to the team, let me know. As a joke about, hey, if I need to get them in line, you'd let me know. I'll come talk to them and give you, just help you give them a little fire up speech or whatever. And that's kind of been the running joke.
Cuss a lot.
and I even told him that I could bring Greg, so he could cuss a lot. But he's like, no, we don't want to do that.
You got to, pull out the
right. So that's just
serious
so I'm saying that to let y'all know that's been the running joke, and that's all it is a joke. And then I guess it's about a week or so ago, Tyler said, "Dad, don't say that again. We actually might do that. We might bring Speedy with Rick and Bubba over here and talk to the team." and of course Terry, I'm like, "Hey, well, just let me know. Do I need to come?
This is
talk
like
to this
when Matthew McConaughey spoke to the Texas football team.
Right? Yeah,
like
yeah." So,
similar.
Right. Makes no sense, but that's my running joke. Almost like, hey, do I need to come talk to the team? Well, I had told him because where he coaches, area play starts tonight. And that's when you have a select few, and I'm just saying this for people that don't have a clue. You have a select few teams that are in your area, and you're trying to finish first or second to make it to the playoffs. And that starts tonight, which means a whole new season starts. It really doesn't matter what
fresh start.
It doesn't matter what
you've
done.
Is that part of your speech?
Oh, yeah. It doesn't matter what you've done up to now. I mean, you could have a losing record.
Are you practicing on us right now?
But win your area.
That's right.
And that's, I was like, buddy, and they're not bad. I mean, they're a 500 ball club and doing better than a lot thought. But that's my speech. Hey, buddy, it starts over, right? And I'm saying this to the teams that are 16-2. It starts over for you too, because you could lose the area being 16-2 going in. It starts over for everybody. You want to know why? It's a new season.
It's a new season. And
so I told him, I said, hey, I'm coming tonight, which is tonight, but prior to tonight, it was, hey, Tuesday, I think I'm going to come over. Here's the problem, though. It's 45, 50 minutes away, and it starts at like 7, and so for us, it's a late night. I mean, you're going to get home at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. I'm like, what time you want me there? And that's just the joke. So he texts me yesterday. I'm cutting the yard, and he starts to text me, just lighting my phone up. He goes, hey, Dad, would you do me a favor? And I'm like, here it comes. Here it comes. He wants me. I know he's about to invite me to come speak to the team. So I replied. I said, yeah, buddy, whatever. are you still coming to the game tomorrow night? This was yesterday. Yeah, I'm still planning on coming. Okay. What time what time do you think you could be here? Could you be a little early? And I'm thinking, oh, here it comes. You know, what a moment. I'm even taking my shades off, you know, really kind of, you know, really looking at it. And he said, and I said, well, I can be there, you know, whatever time you need me to be there. Why? What's up? And he said, I need you to bring me my golf clubs if you don't mind. They're in the corner of the garage. And if you don't mind, I'd like to. It's my backup pair, and it's actually my first pair ever, and I want to give them to one of the players. And reply, sure, buddy.
So you're his courier now.
So I'm like, I'll be happy to bring your golf clubs.
I got a speech ready.
Right, and I didn't mention
what
the
if
fact
what if when you go, I brought these clubs. Oh, by the way, if you'd like for me to speak to the team, I'm here early.
I mean, I'm here early, and here's the irons because you told me not to bring your driver. But here's the irons. But I'm here. Where is everybody? You know, are y'all ready tonight? Have you given the new
have
season
y'all seen
speech?
my record? It's pretty good.
How many times while he was mowing the yard was he giving that speech? Getting
he
ready?
went through his mind because here's one that used to work back in the day.
Right, because about the time I was cutting grass was about the time they were practicing.
Yeah.
So the response time was a little delayed in between. Yeah, man, what do you need? So I was, cutting some rows. I was like, I was already standing up in front of them.
Now you're the delivery man.
Talking about,
Now
hey,
you got to walk in with golf clubs.
It's a new season.
New season, man.
Right, but you know what I'll do? I'll just go give him his golf clubs and sit down and enjoy the game.
Just yell out "New season, man!"
Hey, new season,
new
guys!
Season, guys! Let's
starts over tonight.
Yeah,
I understand you're playing a good team. It's new season for them too.
Yeah, don't matter what they've done up to today.
Right, but I was thinking, I was like, I wonder if assistant coach could come with me. You know?
I could be in the background.
Yeah,
absolutely. New season, starting over. Back to alt.
Oh my goodness! So I come in. And,
here's the clubs.
So Terry pulls up. I'm finishing up with the yard, and she comes in. I went. Tyler texted me. Yeah, what's up? Well, he just needs me to bring his golf clubs. I thought it was
need to get there a little early.
I thought it was the big invite, to come soldier the team. But
here's your clubs, son. Good to see you. Good luck,
guys. Everybody, sit down. I know. There's a lot of seniors here, and I know the season. It hadn't gone like you wanted. I just want to let you know it's a new season starts tonight.
You can redeem yourself tonight.
Tonight, it all starts over. I mean, all you got to do. Hey, surprise these guys. Split with them. And then sweep everybody else.
They're not taking you serious.
You know what they do? They put their underwear on just like you.
No.
They lace them up just like you.
Look, he
boys.
watched Hoosiers. When Gene Hackman goes in to the big, I don't know if it's Hinkle Fieldhouse or wherever they're at in this movie.
Is our team.
And he pulls out the tape measure, measures 10 feet, and the baseline. He said, it's the same back home.
That's right.
Here we go.
Right.
What a great movie. By the way, it was on.
I love that movie.
It's been on a lot lately, I guess, because of the Final Four, Sweet 16, Elite 8, whatever we're into now. And I went back and looked because I always wonder what they're doing now, the actors in movies.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, are these guys that went on and continued to act, or are these guys that one-hit wonders, did the movie and never acted again? For instance, Jimmy Chitwood. The one that could shoot so good. Mm-hmm. He never acted, and most of the guys in the movie never acted again. This was their only role.
Because Jimmy didn't have a lot of lines. He's had a good jump.
He's a construction contractor.
Is
now.
he?
Yeah. And Ollie, Ollie, the one that did the underhand, the little one. So he probably did the best acting job of all of them, outside of Gene Hackman and Dennis Hopper, of course.
I love Dennis
But
Hopper.
as far as the guys that played, because he was actually a really good basketball player, and he had to act like he wasn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they said he did probably one of the best acting jobs of any. And one of the guys, sad story, committed suicide, in 2003.
What?
Yeah.
Of course, I won't know which one it was.
I know. Well,
probably maybe started with that and ended with a positive.
Yeah.
Well, just a horrible, horrible story.
Nobody's giving y'all a chance, guys.
New season, guys.
I know they're picked to win the area.
One guy's a dentist.
Oh, nice.
Went on to be a dentist.
I wish one of them was giving you your shot today.
Yeah, because if I think about it, as far as the players, I don't remember them being in any other movies.
Yeah, they were. I couldn't find any of them in any other thing.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. This portion of the show is brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. What if we told you that you could make your business stronger in a major way for free? As the year has started, a lot of you that own small businesses, you're out there and you're like, I need to make sure I am hiring the right people for what I want to get done. Well, you can get started, and it's easy. It's so easy. You just go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and they'll get you in front of qualified candidates. And the great part about it is that you can post at LinkedInjobs.com right now /Bubba and post it for free as a listener and viewer of this show. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba and make sure that you have that posted and contact the right candidates on your mobile device anytime, anywhere. It's so easy. It's so easy to do. Just go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Post your job for free as an audience member here of the show, and you can also find a link under the sponsors button if you'd rather do that at rickandbubba.com. That's free, folks. Doesn't get any easier than that at LinkedIn.com/Bubba.
Speedy, I just got an email from the middle school tennis coach.
What they need, buddy?
They got a Metro tournament this week, and they want you to come speak to both the girls and the boys teams before it starts, if you don't mind.
Go ahead and do that.
Well, a new season starts, Helmsy.
Brand new season.
It's all over. You got to separate the two, guys.
What if people hired you out to come give speeches?
Well, here's what made that so funny is it's just a joke at the house. It's a running joke that and then he said, we might have to get you over there, and he was kind of joking too. But then he was
sometimes those things turn into reality, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they really do.
And when we started going back and forth, and he's never done that. Hey, are you coming? Could you do me a favor? When are you getting here? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Then I was like, okay, let me start practicing. Hey, guys, everybody sit down. But that's not the case. He just needs me to bring his old golf clubs to him because he wants to give it to one of his players. So there's that. So anyway, we've updated a lot of things this hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour.
Did y'all give
and Jimmie Johnson later on the show?
Did y'all give the Cougars and Beavers anything last night, or the Bears and the Hogs anything last night?
I missed all that.
I did not. I kind of looked over at it a little bit, but the night just didn't.
Cougar Beaver.
It just didn't offer it up. But I see that that Baylor won. Correct. And then Houston
Bubba's
won.
favorite team, Baylor.
Houston and Baylor.
And who's on the other side?
Gonzaga, USC play tonight, and then UCLA and Michigan. So you got the Bruins and Wolverines, the Zags.
And how does that pair up? You've told us.
So
would it be Gonzaga and Baylor?
Yeah, we got a mullet/stash on a collision course.
Okay.
Baylor and Gonzaga. I say it wrong always the first time.
Gonzaga.
I have to change it. Gonzaga. The Zags. So
I felt a little guilty because I knew you were going to get on to me today because I didn't give it more. But I
watched most of Houston, Oregon State, and honestly, it was really ugly for most of the game. Mm-hmm. Houston was up by 17 at one point, but Oregon State got back in it and pulled within one, tied it up, and this was like with minutes left, so it got really interesting. And then Houston just pulled away.
Well, I will say this:
a couple seconds left.
To your point, I did see a blowout, and then I saw a notification when I got up that hey, they held on to win, and I'm like, wow, so
it was
really?
ugly, and it was exciting to watch them come back.
17-point deficit, and they came back.
I'll be honest, I didn't really care who won the game.
Yeah.
But once they were down 17 and then they're coming back, I found myself emotionally involved pulling for the Beavers. Like I was like, hey, let's go. Hey, we're here now. Kind of like you said a minute ago.
Right.
We've got ourselves back in this thing. Might as well go ahead and win it.
I bet you Bucky's down today.
Didn't watch. I was really disappointed in myself because I sat there and told Rick to watch Baylor for the mullet to show up.
Yeah.
And I didn't even watch any of it.
Come on.
I went on to bed.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, you got to make a decision on
I know.
What warrants the stay up.
Yeah.
And I knew that going to the game tonight and having a late night, I needed to go to bed early last night. So I won't be doing a speech, but I will go.
No, I'm going to be doing that.
So 2 teams have punched their tickets to the Final Four.
Yeah,
Greg, I know
2
you're
of the
fired
4.
up.
Man,
and 2 more will
how about
punch it
Zach?
today. And, it looks like, and we always see this, it looks like the cream is rising. Number 1 seed and a number 2 seed, and probably going to have a number 1 seed and another number 1 seed after tonight. So you'll probably end up having 3 number 1 seeds and a number 2 seed. After all these upsets and all these, 12 seed, 11 seed, 8 seeds have made such a splash up until now, it looks like the cream is going to rise to the top once this is all over with.
Sticking with sports, I see where yesterday Trevor Lawrence came out and said he was going to skip being at the NFL draft in person in Cleveland. That he would. He said he's expected to kind of just instead be watching at Clemson with a few family members and friends.
How about that?
So he has declined the offer to be in person at Cleveland.
I'm sure that offended somebody.
Yeah.
We're looking to be offended. I'm sure he's offended somebody by making that decision. I think it's a smart decision.
Yeah.
Hanging out with your buddies and your coaches and family. It's probably the right thing to do.
Well, I don't know what the protocols are, but I'm pretty sure you have to meet a bunch of, you got to do this, you got to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to do here, social distancing here. Blah. You know what? I'm just going to stay here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Of course, at least if you're him, you're going to get picked high. The ones I hate that sit there and
I can't
they
stand it.
drop and there's unexpected.
Well,
and
no,
like,
the worst is
and
when
they're all dressed up.
But no, the worst is when they're all sitting at the round table together.
Yeah.
And there's like 3 players together, and like a couple of them are getting picked, and there's that one that's still sitting there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And he keeps
decked out.
He keeps hugging them and saying "see ya," but he sits back down, and I'm like, oh my goodness, somebody gave him bad information.
Or the year that Laramie Tunstall was sitting there and Hugh Freeze was beside him, they were all celebrating. All of a sudden, it breaks during the show about his text message about him paying his bills. Right in the middle of the show. Look.
That's awkward.
Goes him sitting in the chair, then the other picture.
Yeah, this may hurt his draft status a little bit. Well, okay. Some of the most ones that I remember was that who was Brady. What's his face? Quarterback at
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's his last name?
Quinn.
He sat there.
Quinn. Yeah, he did.
Aaron Rodgers.
Brady
sat
Quinn,
there.
I remember more than anything because,
man.
that was just, we all liked him. We thought he was a good quarterback. We thought he was a good guy. And then all of a sudden it just keeps dropping. And the secondhand embarrassment was just,
it was awful. Is what it was.
Yeah.
Absolutely awful.
He's still doing some things, I think, on
he is
one of the networks.
Fox, I
Yeah.
think.
He ain't playing football. I'll tell you that.
He was with Urban Meyer, I think.
Okay.
On the table. I think.
Probably so.
I don't know.
He does a good job.
Yeah, well.
That's the one I remember, too. I don't remember Aaron Rodgers. I wasn't keeping up with it like
Aaron Rodgers. He was guilty of one of these things. It was going to be him or Alex Smith was going to be the first pick. And then after that, nobody was really needing a quarterback. So when they went with Alex Smith, he just sat there.
Dominoes just kept falling.
Kept falling. and when Green Bay picked him, everybody was like, what? Because that was, worked out pretty good for him.
Not following it like I should, but I see there's people moving around with their picks. Did I see the 49ers?
49ers moved up to 3. They're going after a quarterback.
So, but you're telling me that the quarterback they want is Mac Jones.
Well, now I heard this morning they want the kid from BYU.
But he may go.
But he may go to
it's
the
It's
Jets.
the weirdest thing because
but they want one of the top
I
quarterbacks.
heard commentary on ESPN that they wanted Mac. It's weird. You get rumors and who wants who. But
I'll tell you, this is good for Mac because he was sitting up there. He was projected at like 15, which was great, by the way. But now you may be the number 3 pick overall. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got to feel like if they're going up to 3, though, they could probably stay where they were and get Mac.
They
Well,
want
I
something
think
really. They want somebody really bad. Don't
I heard it to be with you guy, but he may not be there.
866 We Be Big is our number. Rick and Bubba join us right after the break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes now past the hour. Hello and welcome to another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Got another day rolling. We start this hour, as we have since the attack on America back on 9/11, with the national anthem. YouTube, you got your own special one. Here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here as Team Rick and Bubba moves forward. NASCAR legend Jimmie Johnson, no longer a NASCAR driver, now an Indy driver. For those that love the Indy series, or maybe Jimmie Johnson's entrance into the Indy series has you interested in it, we'll talk to Jimmie Johnson on the program today. And talk about his debut in the Indy Series coming up. Helmsy's got a block he's got to get for his back. He'll be out early today. Will of Meat could spin at any time. Adler has a mask on today, but it has nothing to do with COVID. So we'll work through it today. Your phone calls at the number I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Looking forward to chatting with you on the program today. Holy Week continues for those of the Christian faith this week as we work our way to Good Friday and the resurrection being celebrated coming up this Sunday. Across the way, there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends and neighbors, welcome to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
We got room for you. Imagine. Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How about you?
You know, I was, I know we've studied different phenomenons here on the program before. And some of these things I know you can't prove that they're real, but they just seem to be real. What is this thing, and I studied it again yesterday, where if you are not in any kind of hurry and there's nothing really pressing, people seem to kind of move at a normal pace. They're everything. But if you ever think to yourself, I need to do fill in the blank, but I've only got a short period of time to do it, and I can make it happen if I have no obstacles, the obstacles come from everywhere. How is that? I mean, I know that and my example is this.
You mean, are you kind of saying it's almost not exactly, but it falls under the same umbrella of no good deed goes unpunished.
Right. It's like it's happened before, but it just happened yesterday, and it was like I was leaving, trying to do a little better, and Sherry and I usually check in now as empty nesters. Hey, we're gonna cook. We're gonna go out. You want me to pick something up? And she was like, hey, just grab something on the way home. And I was also expecting a phone call that I was told was coming at a particular time. Well, I'm addicted to efficiency. I'd like to make every minute count. And I started saying, if I will just bam, 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 I can grab this food, be back in the truck to take that phone call. If everything runs the way it's supposed to, and never one time really have I gone to this place to pick up food that there really was any issue getting in the out. Never on my way over there is there really any issue. And I started picking up pretty quick. I should have never, I guess this is a version when it comes to time of thinking you could have something. I should have never said that this can be done. All of a sudden, it's like people are in front of you that never happened, and all of a sudden there's somebody in front of you going like real slow, and you're thinking, well, this is odd. And then you get in the parking lot, and like there's somebody that can't figure out the difference between curbside service now we have about 20 signs in front of restaurants now. Right here if you ordered online, right here if you're coming in.
Oh, yes.
Back over here. This one, if you're here with a person in the back seat parked here.
Pregnant mom's here. If you want to charge your car while you're waiting here.
Small car here, big car here, 18-wheeler back over here. And it's like there's all this specialized parking. Well, a lot of these people just shut down. They don't know where they're supposed to go. Yeah. And I'm like, find a spot. And then I go, and I think I said, well, I'm still good because I know I've allowed enough time that my bag's just going to be there. And I'm on, and I love this thing where they flip it around to you. You throw your card in there, bam, you knock it out, and I'm out. Mm-hmm. Of course, all of a sudden, I look, no offense, but I look, and all of a sudden, I'm walking to where I'm supposed to pick up my food, and I can see him coming, and I think to myself, you can't really cut an old man off because that's going to be rude.
That's right.
And I see him, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to give him. And all of a sudden, he gets in front of me. Well, you know what happens? Oh, no. I mean, he looks up, and he sees that chip thing to put where you put your card in that chip. And he's like, now, what now? What now? What now? You going to spin it around? And I thought, oh, for the love of God. And I thought, I thought to myself, I've caused every bit of this.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. If my call that was coming would have called when they were supposed to, it didn't happen. But really, it worked out that they were 10 minutes late because I was 10 minutes off because things just start happening that never happened. And it's almost like something happens. Somebody knows. Yeah. Some force knows when you start thinking, I'm fine as long as there are no obstacles. Now, I know we shouldn't plan that way because, but it seems to me that it happens almost every single time you're going to make it as long as no obstacles come up. Those obstacles show up. And I don't know why that happens. I mean, I've never had it happen that way ever. I mean, it was like there's always somebody walks in front of you coming out of, and where I was. By the way, I've noticed, I don't know what it is about Hobby Lobby. Hobby Lobby people never look. They'll walk right out in front of you, looking at.
Well, they're excited to get home and weave a straw basket.
Is that what it is? I've never really done the Hobby Lobby thing a lot. I got carried in there one day because
as much as I like the Green family.
Well, no, I love the Green family, and they know this too. We're not their market,
right?
But as you know, the Green family are wonderful people. But the only men that are in Hobby Lobby have a sponsor.
Yeah,
they've been brought in there by a woman.
Well, you're in there for one reason only.
Right? Yeah. That's it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
"21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Jimmie Johnson, our guest, coming up next hour. So if you're interested in that, we'll make sure you're with us or catch it live or on your own time. All right, so let's get into a couple of updates on stories that we've been following. Let's get this started.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
So yesterday, the big discussion on our program: can Nike do anything to Lil Nas or Nas or whatever his name is with his satanic shoes? And we had all kinds of different theories, and we even heard some other companies that do this or that. Well, undoubtedly, based on today's story, Nike thinks they can do something, and they're now suing Lil Nas for his satanic shoes with their logos on it. So they have filed a trademark infringement lawsuit against the designer of the satanic shoes, which we saw, and it became a social media fury over the weekend.
And it says they filed a trademark infringement and dilution.
I don't know what that is.
Complaint.
You know what that is?
I guess watering down their trademark or hurting their image.
It's been diluted. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I guess.
That makes sense.
I don't know.
And said he modified the Nike Air Max 97s, and we knew all the things that were on it. We covered all that yesterday, all the satanic stuff. And as Bubba said, they've now put the infringement in this other word related to the shoes, and there's no other details about the pending legal matters, they say. However, we can tell you that we do not have a relationship with Lil Nas. How do you say his name?
Nas.
Is it Nas? Lil Nas, or whoever this company is that designed the shoe. The Satan shoes were produced without Nike's approval or their authorization, and Nike is in no way connected with this project. So it's important to make that clear. Because I know even at my house, my wife says everything in here with the Nike swoosh on it is gone as of today. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, let's wait and see how this falls out.
I think more than ever in the era of the cancel culture, you need to take a breath on things and not overreact too quick. Let it play out.
Right.
Give it a day. I know we're a microwave society now. Got to have it fast, quick, right then. I needed it yesterday. But every now and then you need to just give a story a day to breathe, and you'll find out more about it.
Now more than ever.
Yes, I think more than ever because of the sorry reporting that goes on.
Now, some people, they turned on the Nike products back at the Colin Kaepernick thing.
Right.
And that's fine. I mean, that's your right to do that. And sometimes these things are as simple as I just won't use that product anymore. I mean, it didn't have to. There had to be a march and all that involved in it. It could just be simple. You make a decision. That's not for me anymore. But anyway, on this particular issue, though, if you were okay with all that, you didn't have any problem with all that, or you didn't like it, but it wasn't enough for you to stop using the products. If this was going to be like for my wife, it would have been this is it for us. This is not. They're not tied to this. You can't put this one on them. They said we did not approve this. Matter of fact, we're going to sue to not have our name on it. So if this is the thing that's got you currently mad at Nike, you need to take a breath.
Yeah. Thank goodness you didn't modify New Balance. So in reading more of this in their complaint, they're saying that his modification of these shoes is causing significant confusion in the marketplace.
Oh, absolutely.
In other words, they're getting blamed for it. Mm-hmm. So I think that's where they're going to go back and say, look, we clearly have a trademark here, and it's being damaged by what he's doing with this. that he can't take something with our logo on it, modify it, and sell it, and then us get the repercussions of it, which I certainly understand.
Why would he choose a Bible verse that has Satan being defeated? Yeah, that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, it could be because of, when you start thinking about, and I heard a great conversation about this the other day about sometimes the misunderstanding of the tree of good and evil and this. What happened there was that God was saying, I give you, it's never talked about how much he gave them.
Right.
Here is the world in its perfect form. Do it the way I said to do it and enjoy it the way it's supposed to be enjoyed. And I will decide what is right and wrong.
Yeah.
And they said, I think we'd like to decide what's right and wrong. And so that's really what that move was. We're not satisfied, and that's what Satan talked them into, that you'll decide what's right and wrong, and you're perfect, and we'll live under your standards and the freedom that comes with everything being done perfectly and correctly through your filter, Lord God Almighty. And he says, now, if you go over here to this one thing I don't want you, what you're doing there is saying you would like the ability to understand right and wrong from your point of view, and you'll decide. It's them saying we would like to become God, and Satan says that's what he's trying to keep you from doing. What he's really saying is this is you showing me that you don't trust that the way I do it is right. You're going to decide for yourself.
Okay.
And so Satan represents that. So the being thrown out of heaven to these type of people, kind of like Rules for Radicals.
Yeah.
When it's dedicated to him, the original rebel.
I got you.
He went against the man.
Okay.
Of course, unfortunately, that what we're talking about is going against God.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And so some people love that idea of, God's not going to tell us what to do. Okay. And so they celebrate the satanic attitude.
Okay.
The Lucifer attitude of me being in my proper place is not good enough. I want to be in your place. I'm my own God. I'll make my own decisions on what's right and wrong. So that's probably why.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. And that's just my theory.
And I think if you saw one of the other posts that he had put out about the controversy, if he actually put that out, I know it's shocking, I don't follow him. He basically said, I want to make all of you uncomfortable the way that you've made me uncomfortable over the years because of what I want to be and how I want to live, and you've judged me with your right and wrong.
Yep.
And now I want to make you feel that way with this. Is what he said.
Okay.
If he wrote that, it was accredited to him.
Right. Well, and there you go.
There it is.
And there's exactly what I'm talking about. So see, it's not that see, it doesn't matter. See, what Nas doesn't understand, I'm a fallen human being that is a good one.
A dandy.
I'll be honest with you. Some of these issues that God deems unacceptable, I really don't care. I mean, if it doesn't bother me. I mean, if it, I don't really want that in my house or whatever.
Right.
But I mean, if that's what you want to go do, see, because I'm not God, I'm not perfect, I'm not holy, so I really don't care. Now I'm being made holy through Christ and abiding in Him, and He's producing fruit in me because of Him, not because I'll come up with some new self-control out of nowhere, a new code of conduct. Right. What's happening is His presence in my life is changing me. So He's what changes you.
Yeah.
And so. But if it wasn't for that, if I was just some fallen human being, I don't care what people do, as long as it's not, it doesn't affect me. Or you got to have. I think you still got to have some rules. But as far as moral decisions, but what everybody's missing, and maybe sometimes it's our fault because we don't communicate this well. We come across as sanctimonious and self-righteous. When really, if we're doing it correctly, I'm not even against you. I'm just for Him.
Yeah.
So I stand with Him, and the more I stand with Him, then I begin to dislike and despise what He despises. I've now become His standard because I'm His. So I see the world through Him.
Yeah.
So I'm not against you. I'm just letting you know He is. You're against Him. You're opposing Him. And if I got to choose that, I'm going to be with Him, and then I'll oppose you because you're opposing Him. Yeah. It's not about something I've come up with.
Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. TheraBreath, teaming up with Rick and Bubba. Listen, right now I got a TheraBreath lozenge in my mouth right now.
Look at that.
And the reason why is because I got to work today, and I've already had 2 delicious cups of BuzzBox coffee, the greatest coffee on the planet, and I have enjoyed that. So now Ricky's got coffee breath, but not any longer. I popped in that lozenge. You can get all the TheraBreath products, and they've got a ton of them. I mean, you know, our oral care is tied to a lot of health issues, and we've talked about that with Dr. Katz and Dr. Dudney. So if you would like to see everything they have, and they've got things that can help you with gum disease, and they've got things that help you on the breath. It's pretty straightforward. We've talked about that a lot. Dry mouth, whatever the case may be. Go see all the products there at TheraBreath.com. TheraBreath.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You know what you can also find at TheraBreath.com? We got some coupons there to kind of help you save a little money. So go to TheraBreath.com. You'll be happy that you did. All right, so Bubba, let's get a COVID update here. I think this will probably kind of focus on what's going on with the pandemic and the mask ordinances. Here we go. Let's get into this. Bubba, where did we begin?
Well, let's start with some good news, Rick.
All right.
Pfizer and Moderna have been gathering data since the vaccines have been out, and they appear to be 90% effective after 2 doses in the real-world study. Now, this mimics very closely what the control groups were when they did their smaller tests. So this is good. They're actually working out there in the real world, and that's what we wanted.
Okay.
How about that?
That's good. That's good. Of course, you know, side effects will be later down the road. But that's but at least right now it's helping. I'm just kidding around. I'm going to get myself in trouble today. How about
you're
this?
You're not
one?
helping me with one case I have, by the way.
Can I tell you this, though? Can I tell you this?
Yeah.
Let's just be honest. Hopefully there won't be any, but we don't know.
We don't know.
No,
we don't know.
No, we don't. So that is real.
We don't know. There's things that we always find out down the road. I mean, and it even goes back to breastfeeding infants, you know, versus other things. We know now that when you have the natural, it's actually helps you with your allergies and things down the road.
Immune system and all kinds of good things. Who would have thought the way God designed it would be better?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, for real.
I did talk to our okay. So the other thing, and this is kind of bizarre, President Biden is wanting the governors to bring back mask mandates, and we have that video.
Here we go. Here's the president.
I'm reiterating my call for every governor, mayor, and local leader to maintain and reinstate the mask mandate. Please, this is not politics. Reinstate the mandate if you let it down. And business should require masks as well. The failure to take this virus seriously.
What?
Precisely what got us in this mess in the first place. Risk more cases and more deaths.
What?
Look, as I do my part to accelerate the vaccine distribution and vaccinations, I need the American people to do their part as well. Mask up. Mask up. It's a patriotic duty. It's the only way we ever get back to normal. To cheer together in stadiums full of fans. To gather together on holidays again safely. Go to graduations, weddings.
Guys,
Now,
God love him.
Now, what
what
stirred him up? Yeah, and I don't want anybody to get my desk. I know y'all don't either.
No.
So there has been a uptick in some areas, and we knew that we would have this when we got people out moving around. This is not shocking. It's not, and it was not predicted. We even talked about it. You're going to have some of that. And Rick, the group that's really seeing some of the surge right now appears to be the younger people, 20 to 30-year-olds.
Well, the good news is their death rate's extremely low, so that's actually a good thing.
Yeah. And they're also the group that has been less vaccinated now because, we're going from the older down, but we're headed that way. But, thank goodness our governor has responded to this and said that there will be no more coming from her, that it's going to have to be personal responsibility.
Yeah.
Businesses are going to have to decide how they want their customers to behave, and that we should be responsible. And I applaud that decision, standing up with a megaphone.
Yeah, well, because, we're to the point now that, and you just said it, if I am a person that says I'm not convinced yet that I can move around in society, and so I'm going to stay where I am, you can do that. I'm going to move around in society, but I'm going to keep wearing my mask. You can do that.
All right.
I have a business, and I still want people to wear masks coming in here. You can do that. I don't want to go to a business that makes me wear a mask. You can do that. I have the vaccine now, so I'm going to move around. You can do that. Right. I've already had it. I've got antibodies. I can move around. These are decisions, to your point, Bubba, and thankfully our governor looks like she's going to get in line with other governors that have already come to that conclusion as of April 10th. And that is, this is now your own personal responsibility, but society goes back to moving back to normal.
I had a conversation with my physician yesterday, which is also some of y'all's physician, and he said that with more of the data coming out, he said that the concern right now is of the variants, and he said that the natural antibodies that we got from having it probably will not cover you with these variants. And he was kind of changing gear a little bit and said, hey, I may want to go ahead and get you vaccinated. You don't have to run in here this week, but let's look at it next month and start moving in that direction, maybe a little quicker than we thought before, just because of the variants. And apparently the vaccine does give you a broader spectrum of protection than the natural antibodies. So that's, a lot of information came out yesterday on some of these studies over the last 90 days. So they're kind of adjusting what they're saying based on, the data they're saying.
Yeah, well, and good news coming out of Texas, the numbers have fallen for the 17th day in a row after reopening. On Saturday, they had their lowest all-time percentage as far as positive tests go, and hospitalization in the state has dipped to its lowest level since last October.
Yeah. So I'm seeing if it's happening with younger people that are not yet in line for the vaccine, and they are mostly, overwhelmingly healthy enough that it's going to be an inconvenience for them, and the people that they might pass it along to are all getting vaccinated, then the young people getting their herd immunity as they wait on the vaccine is not a bad thing either. I don't think that calls for mask up and shut society down and all that again. Matter of fact, this is the way we probably shouldn't handle it from the very beginning. But anyway, so this thing with Biden, I'm glad that you have governors that say, our desk rate, as he called it, are going down, and our positive cases are going down, and I think we're moving with the combination of herd immunity and vaccines in the right direction, and we're just going to let individual businesses and human beings and Americans make their own decision on masking or no masking. And I'm seeing that already. I know ours is supposed to go all the way to April the 9th. We're in the state we live in. In most places, they've already gone to what we just talked about. It's your own decision.
I don't see near as many as I did. I've had mine around my neck and was going to put it up. I got inside. I didn't see anybody else wearing one, so I just let it go.
I've even asked.
I'm like, hey, we're all in on this. I'm good.
Yeah. So, and then, of course, Trump is accusing Fauci and Burgess of trying to reinvent the COVID-19 response history.
Right.
And there's a lot of that out there. I mean, guys, this is not political. It's okay to say that You could even call them Administration A and Administration B if you want to. You don't have to use the T word if you don't want to. We as a country and our federal government did start Operation Warp Speed, and and some things did happen. Former administration, I won't use the T word, cut down travel and got ostracized for it. Now everybody talks about that's what the greatest thing you could possibly do, and that's what was done.
And claim now not enough was done.
There was Operation Warp Speed, and to get the vaccine out, and now Administration B took that baton, and it is being implemented. It's okay just to tell the history of all this, the way it happened, and you don't have to credit anybody with it. You can just say this is historically what we have done and how it started in this country, and none of y'all have to panic that Trump may get some credit for doing anything. You can leave the T word out, but let's not reinvent the history of what we're doing on this pandemic, because it really doesn't matter. Let's at least tell it correctly. There's not going to be some Trump parade to thank him for what he did for the vaccine or anything. You don't have to. Don't worry. It's okay. You can still tell it how it actually happened. That's okay.
It took a bulldozer to get that done, and he may have been there in history for that, if nothing else.
Well, okay, and that's all right. That doesn't mean there has to be a parade for him. It's going to be fine. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. All right, so let's talk a little bit. The accusations continue. We have a playoff going on. Who can have the most accusations, Governor Cuomo or Deshaun Watson? There's they're having their own March Madness. Deshaun Watson facing 3 more lawsuits, including claims that he's deleting Instagram messages that would be used against him. Cuomo's got another. What's the current? Who has the most accusations right now?
Cuomo will be at 10. He's had another one come out.
All right, Cuomo's at 10. Deshaun Watson's at what number?
I think it's like 24, 25.
It's on up there.
Wow.
They're all, Rick, going for the gold standard, Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
What was he, 40?
I think he might have been 50s. Yeah.
Well, wasn't it, Greg? He said, you kind of gave him you kept hoping about the first 18.
Right.
Yeah.
But then once that number clipped 30 and started going, you had to say, well.
And Helmsy, he saw a little story on Deshaun Watson and how he would use Instagram messaging to try to get trainers to or massage therapists to come and speak on that a little bit.
So there was evidently he was reaching out to women on Instagram. This is from this is somebody that's studying.
Is this some kind of direct message thing Instagram offers?
I guess
or
so.
something?
He would basically look and go, okay, well, I'd like to have her massage me when I go to this place, and I'd like her to massage me when I go to this place, kind of thing. So that's where this started, and there's obviously some messages that will hold up in court.
And he's trying to get rid of those. They're
He's
claiming
deleting them.
That's part of it, yeah. And so the case against him, look, I want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I'm a second chance guy. I like second chances, but this doesn't look good for him. There's a doctor that spoke out and said that he got more massages than any other athlete he's ever seen on the planet. And when you're trying to take care of your body for something this severe when it comes to professional athletics, you find one or two that really do a good job, and you stay with them
because they know how your body's progressing. They know the problems.
You don't get on Instagram and search for different women all over the country or all over a region, and those things are damning evidence to his case.
Right.
So
and
doesn't look good.
No.
So the current count is Deshaun Watson is we think are getting close to 20.
Yeah, I think it's 24. I think it's north of 24.
Okay, 24.
Yeah.
And Governor Cuomo's at 10. And as Bubba said, they're all going for the Bill Cosby Trophy.
Yeah.
What did he end up with?
Greg, what was Bill Cosby's number?
Bill was 40s?
In the 40s.
No.
I
wrong?
I thought it was in the 50s.
I thought you said.
may be right.
I thought you said you hung with him till he clipped 30.
Yeah.
And it was like.
Maybe 30 lied.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
once we went to 31.
Yeah. So once it got past that. I'm
gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to look what that count is.
And in the Deshaun Watson case, you have too where it's easy for us that may be Deshaun Watson fans to go, hey, this is a ploy to get him, But when you have all these different women from different regions who don't even know each other,
right?
And there's text messages and Instagram messages to back these things up, it doesn't look very good.
Can I ask you one thing? And I've always wondered about this. By the way, we now see
Holy moly.
We now see Bill Cosby's number is 58.
Well, now
60.
60 is the latest, but 58 was there, and then 60 jumped up.
Okay, Rick. Let's say 80% are lying.
Right.
That's still a lot of people.
Yeah, you know what, Greg? I hate to say it in a negative because you wouldn't want to be this, but Bill Cosby in accusations is the GOAT.
Rick, there's no doubt. I mean,
right,
again, I'm not saying this in a positive light.
No, I'm not either.
That number is unreal.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, but that's why. Why because there's some people that definitely got on the bandwagon, but still doesn't matter. Yeah. I mean, but here's what I've always and I'm gonna handle this with kid gloves. So, Ravi Zacharias, same thing.
Yeah.
What is it? Because these things you find have been going on for a good period of time. Were there a lot of period of time where I know with some of the people they say, okay, this kind of went south. I didn't like the way this went, but I don't want to be the first person to come out and say that this famous person has done something here that seemed odd. Did they almost go home the first few women that experienced this and think, gosh, am I overthinking that? But that really went kind of awkward and bad, or did they go and tell somebody and somebody said, I don't know about that, or they. I mean, what is it? Because what happens is there's always this one or two that finally gets somebody's attention, and then once they've established the attention, then all the others then come join them. You know, it seems like when these things go on, how do we ever get to these kind of numbers? I know it's a combination of things. I think you have women who don't want to be put in this, and they just want to move on with their lives.
Yeah.
Which, sadly, I know that happens. The first few weren't believed or whatever. It was some kind of, it just.
I saw someone speaking on this, and they said they're extremely intimidated and some scared to come forward.
And I can see that.
And then when they see that someone was bold enough to do it, they're like, okay, they feel empowered to go, okay, now I can
now we're in a
speak
group.
up.
Now I think I'm all alone in this, and then I go. And then the one that, of course, it's okay. I mean, I have no problem. I want these women that went through what they went through to be able to have any kind of recourse that's allowed to them. But like on the Ravi Zacharias, some of them said they waited till he was dead because they didn't want to come out with it while he was still alive.
Yeah. In this Deshaun Watson, it's very interesting because you really have what
shocker for the family on that one.
What we've seen over the last couple of years. Let's take the Kavanaugh case. Okay, what we were told when he was being put up for the Supreme Court. Hey, you believe all women. You got to believe them.
Yeah.
Truth. Let's get to the truth. Where's it at? Well, interesting enough, you're not finding that with this.
Oh no.
You've got 20-something women, but because, dare I say, you have a black court, they're in a pickle now because they can't choose a side here.
Well, as we said before, this is left on left crime.
Exactly.
They've got the governor that they had told us was going to be the greatest.
They were grooming him to be president.
The greatest Democrat in modern history.
And fine.
Yeah, and now that's an issue. And you're right. You know, when this is
the same people.
We are living in a society that it's, you have an African American man who's a quarterback.
Yes.
In the NFL.
High
profile.
Yep.
And I mean, if this was Tom Brady, it would be being treated probably a lot differently. I don't know, or just there are some political correct problems in all this that's making this awkward because you have, as we've said many times, this is left on left here. You've got every woman who makes an accusation must be believed first, then it must be proven not true.
But see,
what that really means is, well, we also would like to add a little caveat to that. It's according to who this man is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because if this man is in one category, then we do it one way. If he's in another category politically or whatever, we go the other way.
Yeah, history has shown us that others that have gotten to this number have been canceled.
Oh yeah.
I mean, no doubt.
Definitely.
You know, too, it's the whole idea of the woman must be believed, and you must prove you're innocent goes against our whole judicial system. That's the problem with that.
How about the fact, back to Bill Cosby, that he actually knows 60 women? I mean, think about that number is almost unbelievable.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever interacted in my life in any kind of one-on-one with 60 females in my whole life. You know, I've been around groups of that. You know,
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport, now 27 years strong, the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here. And we'll start taking your phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl settling in. What is on your mind? We covered quite a bit in the last hour, and then if you heard the kickoff hour, you might have heard what they were talking about. So now, response from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You also can direct the show, and maybe you have another direction you want to go. But Harry Murdahl, get those lined up and ready to go right now. Also, do want to take you to O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Here we go. Thursday night, Forge Men's event in the hangar for the USS Alabama Battleship in beautiful Mobile, Alabama. Looking forward to being there with the men's group from the People of Mars Hill Church. But you can be there. You can join that if you would like. That is this Thursday night on April the 1st. And so if you want to make plans to be with us, go to upcoming events. You'll see how you can do that. Saturday night will be at Shelby, Alabama, and that is a beautiful part of our state as well. Looking forward to being with the men of South Shelby Baptist Church for their wild game dinner, and they also are implementing part of the Rick and Bubba Man Church discipleship strategy. If you go to themanchurch.com, you can see that. They'll offer some opportunities for that, but mainly it will be a wild game dinner, and I'm honored to be the speaker there. We'll have some of our resources available there, too. So if you'd like to get information on Saturday night, then you just go to rickandbubba.com and look under upcoming events, and you can be part of that, too, guys. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Welcome back with me for another hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Well, I'm glad to be here. Honored and privileged, Rick. Thank you very much.
Let's go to Kelsey. Kelsey's out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Kelsey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I just want to wish my husband, Tim, a happy anniversary.
Tim, how long have you guys been married?
So we've been married 2 years, but we've been together for 8 years.
So is he a pretty good husband? You think you did all right? Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's wonderful.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Kelsey, thanks for calling, and thanks for making sure he listens to Rick and Bubba. That's a good wife. Tracy, out of the great state of Kentucky. Tracy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
So we were talking about the numbers of who gets away with what, and I'm just curious if y'all know what R. Kelly, what his numbers were up to.
What were the R. Kelly numbers? I've never really had the stomach to watch that Surviving R. Kelly documentary. I hear it's awful. Do you know his number?
I don't know his number. I was just curious, but I have watched it, and it is horrible.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, I don't know the number there. I'm sure it's going to be tough to top Cosby, but, I mean, it's Trey, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Trey, go ahead.
This is Sarah from Birmingham.
Wow, how about TRA is nowhere near the spelling of Sarah, is it? But go ahead, all right?
Okay, I had a comment about, it sounds like there needs to be something with the parents of these people that have this done to them, the sexual harassment, because I was always taught to come forward. My parents taught me about that from an early age. So are there that many women that are not trusting of their parents or good, communication with their family to know that things like this is wrong and you can come forward?
Well, let me say this, Sarah, because and definitely this was the case, and you see this a lot, and it's sad. And I'm not saying this is the Deshaun Watson or Cuomo case, but I know in Ravi Zacharias' case, a lot of times these men, they're very, very meticulous about who they pick, and normally they will find women that do not have fathers in their life, women who are single moms, women who, are kind of out there trying to make their way. They've been put in tough situations. And those women usually are easier to manipulate, meaning, they start taking care of them and hey, let me get you a job. And hey, and then before you know it, the person, unfortunately, sometimes ends up being and then there's the celebrity factor. I mean, it's one thing to come out against the guy at work, that maybe put you in a compromising situation as opposed to a celebrity that now you're going to be ushered into the limelight, and your story and the details of what happened to you are now going to be known by everyone. So it's I understand the difficulty of it. I actually do.
Yeah,
but,
I do
Fans are going to question your past.
Yeah.
So,
Right. Yeah. And then
And
before
if
you know
have
it,
kids,
you
don't want to expose them to all that.
and then when whoever's representing the accused, and they have the right to do it, but as you just said in the due process, now your life gets put on trial, and maybe some things that you did that you're not proud of, that gets brought to light, and because we all have things in our life that if we would love to look back on and do things differently. So you have to be you have to be willing to go through a lot, but I think these men who do these things though need to be held accountable, because if not, then it's just going to continue to happen. And but it's difficult. I don't pretend that it's not. But it's and I guess that's why when, like Speedy said last hour, when they see some other women now together, it makes it a little easier to all come out together.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Austin in Alabama. Austin, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey guys, how's it going?
We're good, man. I hope you're okay.
Yeah, doing good. I was just watching before Fox and Friends and then Fox and Friends, and they were talking about Biden or federal government talking about virtual passports for you to be able to travel anywhere, saying that you had the vaccine. And that you can be, turned away from places if you don't have that. And that's a total infringement on rights. And
No, it's
not really.
It's actually.
Well, I think you're dealing with two different things. You said virtual, which kind of threw everybody off a little bit. We have
sorry, they were like have it on your phone.
Right. Well, we have a passport system now, and you have to have your. And I've heard people, and look, I understand. I don't want the government influencing my life any more than they have to. But I've heard people say, well, some of this looks like the Nazis. Hey, you got your papers. You got to have your papers now.
Yeah.
You got to have your papers now. Rick, when you traveled overseas, what did you have to do?
When I was going to go to Africa, I was told that I had to have these shots in order to be able to be entered into the country. And I went and got them, and if not, I was not allowed to go.
And you had to have documentation. You had them, and they check them when you land.
And they check them. Yeah.
So
this is a little different, though. This is traveling within the United States.
Well, he said other countries. That's what he said.
No, I meant the United States.
Yeah.
Well, still, how about this?
Still got to show ID.
Did you go to elementary school?
Yes, sir.
Well, you got a bunch of shots, and you had to have papers. Your mom had to. I know in our state they went to a colored paper, so it was easier.
What was it called? The blue card or something?
Pink or something? I don't remember.
I think it was blue or green.
I totally understand what y'all are saying.
Look, Austin, I understand. I don't want the government infringing on our rights any more than they have to, but I think we just got to be honest about some of these arguments too. We already do this. We already do it when we travel abroad. We already do it when we start school. So, I don't think it's as earth-shaking as what some people are trying to make it out to be.
No, I don't either. I just was kind of wanting to get y'all's opinion.
Yeah, let me say this, Austin, though. If you want to have some fun, though, I'll tell you what is hard to believe. So we're going to require this of all the citizens of the country. But if you roll through the border,
not the illegal immigrants.
Yeah, if you roll through
that makes what Biden said absolutely ridiculous.
Sure.
It has no credibility. Zero, -1 on that. How about that?
Yeah. So if you say this must be done for us to get past this pandemic, and this must be done for the citizens of this country, then taking the gaps in the wall must also be done.
Yeah.
And we must also vet people out as they come in on vaccines or shots that they need. If you're not doing that, if you have an open border, everything you're talking about right now is completely a waste of time.
Yeah, and it is kind of funny, too, that the people pushing this vaccine verification, they're against voter ID, just to show an ID to vote. It's kind of hypocritical there as well.
Well, there's a lot of inconsistencies.
Yeah, when it comes to that, there's a lot of hypocrites.
Yeah, it's look, nobody likes this feeling of I'm being made to have something put in my body against my own will, my own decision. Nobody likes the feeling of that, but as Bubba's point, it's nothing really new. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Will a meet back in play this week? Could happen any day. So kind of be on the ready if you like it. If you like doing the Will a meet. All right. So let's take a look at Your America, and then we can get back to some more of your phone calls. Well, I don't think we'll be surprised, but Gallup has come out with a new poll, and the poll is taking on how many Americans consider themselves to be part of, I'm going to use the word church, but keep in mind, when the survey actually asks church, synagogue, or mosque. So all three of those would be included if you have some sort of religious affiliation that has you going to a place of worship, and you are part in the Christian faith where we're from. We call it a congregation. You may call it something different at the temple and at the mosque. But bottom line is, this is a regular part of my life, and I belong to a church, a synagogue, or a mosque. Well, they started it in the past 80 years. We started with this question was answered. And it was mainly people in churches back in 1937. 73% of people said, and it peaked right before World War II, with 76% of Americans saying that they were a member of a church, synagogue, or mosque. The past 20 years has seen a sharp drop-off. It has fallen in the last 20 years from 70% all the way down to the latest one that just came out to 47%. Now, keep in mind, don't let pandemic enter into this, because they actually got the information in before the pandemic had really started. So this happened. They had this number in 2020. They had stopped surveying in 2020. So and they said in the last 8 years, it has dropped below, for the first time in the history of America, membership of a church, temple, or mosque there's now less people in a church, a temple, or a mosque than there are who have no affiliation with any of it. And you can see the graph. It's dropped dramatically. Now, that doesn't really surprise me, but I mean, it's interesting to now at least come out and say, well, the numbers show that Americans do not find religious convictions to be a part of their life. Fewer people do than don't. And at one time, the peak was 76% said yes. But, I mean, this isn't surprising, but that is an interesting number.
Yeah. Rick, they don't call it this. I do. I call it the prosperity curve. Mm-hmm. And it is not unique to the United States. It's happened all throughout history. You can go back to the Old Testament and see that. You know, it's it kind of goes in a cycle when you have people who have religious convictions and they are then successful. They have a period of prosperity, and then they tend to get away from what got them there. And then usually, sadly, tragedy comes their way, and it will reunite the curve again.
Yeah, well, the thing that is a little different about this last one,
reignite the curve.
And we talked about this on the air. The attack on 9/11 drove people into the church. And I'm not saying they became members. This survey's about I belong to a church. Right. But they were attending church in record numbers. And then, to Bubba's point, they faded away. The problem with the pandemic is it didn't drive people to the church. It drove people away from the church.
Right.
They were afraid of the church. They didn't want to gather. They didn't want to congregate. And I know some of them, did I watch it on stream. But a lot of people might have said they did that, but they said it's kind of hard to confirm how many did. And just about every church that I've had a chance to spend time with and talk to, they all have said that the return of people to their church is down to what it was prior to the pandemic. Because what happened, especially with a lot of cultural Christians like I was at one time, I didn't go to a church because, it was not really the center of my life, and I didn't see any need for it. Of course, I was still saved, of course. I had a delusion about that. But anyway, so what's happened now is the cultural Christian who was just casual about church. The pandemic, from what they were showing, has caused the cultural Christian, the casual Christian. Now, they may return, maybe not pandemic, because remember, when we did the Bible study on the unsaved Christian, and I thought Pastor Dean and Sarah made a great point about this. He said the Western church has always thought that Christmas and Easter is when all the lost people come to church. Now, I know legalistically we are still talking about the same thing, but these are people who know that call themselves lost. He goes, they do not come on Easter and Christmas. The people who show up, all these extra seats, are for the cultural Christians that know you're supposed to go to church on Easter and Christmas, and we need to change our message to talk to that situation. Not so much we're here today presenting the gospel for the first time to all these lost people that are poured in here.
Right.
He asked the question. He said, if you, let's say that you are not Muslim, which I'm not. He goes, is there anything that's going to get you to come to a special service at a mosque? And anything? And I was like, he goes, but now what if you were a Muslim and your family was Muslim and you didn't really practice it, but you knew these big markers for your faith came up, you'd probably go then. He goes, and that's exactly what Christians do. He said, because if that wasn't the case, why do we never need these extra services and seats just a week later? You don't. The cultural Christian has marked the list, went to church on Easter, went to church on Christmas Eve, and they moved back to their life. So he said we need to do a better job of addressing cultural Christianity on Easter and Christmas, as opposed to here come a bunch of lost people that have never heard the gospel. So anyway, so that's the survey that had just come out. Not overly surprising, but you don't see that. I mean, think about the number of people that, and some of that. And I know this is going to sound, I'm going to be misunderstood here a little bit. Some of this is not necessarily a bad thing to see, because I grew up, everybody went to church, but very few people were devout followers of Jesus. It was just part of the culture. So what you may see now is the people who actually involved in a church are probably more of the real deal, and not more like I used to be. I wasn't the real deal, but I definitely had church as part of my cultural experience. You know, I was probably on somebody's row, but, you know, and I got counted as being a member of a church, but you're probably getting it down to the people that are involved in the church are probably more of the real deal now than those that you're probably just weeding out people that
right. Might get more done with less folks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look through Scripture, that's kind of the way it always is. And, I mean, you don't find an example in Scripture when Jesus, his followers start getting up big numbers that he doesn't stop, turn around and say something extremely difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, he never goes, oh, look, I can draw even more people if I make the message even more palatable. He always doubled down and made the message harder and said, let me tell you what you're getting into. And so you know, we have this, we are post-Christian America. That's already happened. That's not something that's coming. We are a post-Christian society, just like Europe. We're there now, and we are becoming more and more of a secular society. And this is probably just an example of that. But that doesn't mean that that churches aren't still powerful. It's not about how many people go to the church. It's about, do you have disciples of Jesus or not? And so I mean, you can take the number and look at it and say, well, here we go. But
and I think we're so much better off now, don't you?
Oh, sure. It's kind of like all the things we did at the government schools. That's really turned out well. Bottom of the hour. We go phone trolling next. We get a lot of you in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available, and we'll talk to you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. HelloFresh.com is our sponsor. We love the folks at HelloFresh.com. Boy, they have delicious meals delivered right to the door. Man, if you're not subscribing to HelloFresh, you're really missing out. And you can kind of do it any way you want to, because these are still meals that you will prepare. So I don't want you to look at this like you're, contacting some fast food service that's bringing something to your door, or a pizza or something. We're not talking about that. These are meals that come off of their delicious menus. By the way, their chefs have given you how to prepare them. Then what they do, though, is they help you on having to go out. I got to go out and get all my ingredients. I got to come up with a recipe. You pick these recipes, and then they send you everything in individual bags. This is meal number 1, meal number 2. And then you take the things out of the bag and actually prepare the meal. And a lot of times you have it on the table in about a half hour, and sometimes even less. So if you want to do this, there's some that only take like 10 minutes. But go to HelloFresh.com right now. Use the code Bubba, and we're going to get you 12 free meals, plus we'll get you free shipping. So do that. It's a great way, too, if you have kids, a great way for you to teach your kids how to cook, and you will serve them well, and whoever they may end up married to, if you will teach them how to cook. That's 12 free meals plus free shipping with the promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go in troll form. Trolling. Lines are available. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to an end. We'll get to the next caller. Lines are available for you now, and we'll move them quickly. Michael out of Gadsden, Z93, is listening to us, and he's got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Guys, I have to disagree with what Bubba said about the mandatory vaccines and all that. It doesn't matter who's done it for how long. That doesn't make it. It doesn't make it right. Nobody should be forced to take anything, regardless of what it is.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood what Bubba didn't say that people should be forced to do it. He said there are things in life that have always been here. You make a choice to, if I want to do this, then I have to do blank. You can always choose just not to do it and not meet the requirement of it to do it. But no one in here is saying that they're going to line you up and force a vaccine on you and that we would be okay with that. But all Bubba was saying is we've lived in a world that said in order to do this, you must have these shots. But you can decide, well, I guess I just won't do that.
Yeah.
So
I just think some of it's been blown way out of proportion.
Right.
With the check your papers and all that, and I got the humor in that. But we've been checking people's papers for vaccines for a long time. It's not that new.
Right. And that's
all I was saying.
And there are people, and I know them. I know some people personally that because there were some exemptions that were allowed to have your child vaccinated to get into schools. Based on various beliefs, but also on some people on health. And I've never been a fan of throwing a bunch of shots into newborn babies. I think that's been a mistake. But I'm not against vaccines done responsibly and wisely. But anyway, and there are people who say, well, then I will homeschool. I will go to a private school that has less requirement. So we've always had these choices you make. So don't equate that with us thinking that people should be forced to get a vaccine.
Yeah, or
no one should be forced to get any shot they don't want.
I think the point where I've been pushed on this is the Mark of the Beast group is they're sneaking up on my flat earthers just a little bit.
Right.
It doesn't match up, guys.
Right.
Hey, I'm glad we're alert for that.
Yeah.
I applaud that.
I tell you
keep your filter out there, but make sure it fits.
I think I would be alert.
Don't take the fake.
But don't spend so much time being alert about that and not be ready to die today.
Yeah, it all goes together.
I'd be ready to die today. And as far as things that are in Scripture, the things that Scripture says about you dying today, I think are bigger. I got them on my number 1 list, and then I work from there. Pam in South Carolina. Pam, go ahead. Welcome.
Good morning, guys. Love y'all to pieces. And I just wanted to ask if you are excited about the season 2 of The Chosen starts this Sunday night, Easter Sunday night.
I am fired up about that. I know season 2, episode 1 is going to be coming out on Easter evening. I am very excited about it.
What range? I know where they left off on season 1. How far will this one go? We had the actor on here. We talked about it before they started filming, but it's been a while back.
I don't know. I know where it starts. I'm like you, but I don't know how deep this season goes. And so we'll see. And I've kept up with some of the filming and some of the stuff they've been doing because I follow them on all the different social media platforms. But, yeah, really excited. That was a great series, and hopefully – you always have the concern that once something gets a little popularity, that they start getting pressure in certain areas. I hope they stay the course and stay biblically sound, and that it's as well done as the first series. But I am excited to see that Sunday. Let's go to Bill out of Mississippi. Bill, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, I say to the Krispy Kreme deal. Skip the China virus vaccine, go buy you a dozen donuts, and enjoy them with friends while listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
There you go.
What is this?
We did an update in the kickoff hour. Last week Krispy Kreme offered a free donut if you get the vaccine.
Oh, okay.
Well, now there's been a nutritionist that's come out and said you're promoting obesity by having people, eat donuts and promoting donuts. And Greg somewhat sounded off on it because that frustrated him deeply.
Well, it should. I mean, this is just a nice promotional. Have a donut, get a vaccine. I don't think that one donut's going to be the end of time for anybody. Let's go to Bobby in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Bobby.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're good.
Good morning.
Good.
Good. Monkey grass.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
Well, didn't know if people know, but in the state of Alabama, you don't have to actually have your kids vaccinated to go to a public school.
So in
of any vaccine.
Well, there are some exemptions, but are you talking about beyond that?
Yes, sir. You can go to your health department and get, I think it's a pink slip, and your children don't have to have the vaccines, the shots that they say you have to have.
Yeah, but you have to make a case. They have to hear your case. It's not now. It is a requirement. Unless
it was when we went to school. I'll say that.
Well, I know this. You can make a case, and then they decide whether they will accept that or not. Meaning you have to show why your children are not going to take the shots that are required on the other card, which is a blue card or a green card or something. I forget what it's called. Maybe it's the blue. Yeah, and but it's not just ad hoc. You can't just come up and say we're not going to do it. You have to make a case on why you're not going to do it, and then they have to accept it or not. Let's go to Paula in Alabama. Paula, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hi, guys. So I think the decline of the churches may be partly due to the prosperity gospel. People are starting to read their Bibles, and they're starting to actually wake up to some of the things that they've been taught as children aren't actually true.
Right.
And so I think we are actually seeing an awakening in some aspects, even in growing small communities, and starting that way. And so people are getting out of the false churches.
That may be true. Yeah, it's that may be part of it, which was kind of in line with what we were saying, that some of the requirement of being a disciple of Jesus may be more clear, and maybe it's not as fun zone as some people first thought it was at one time. The prosperity gospel's got a lot of issues. I mean, a lot of them. I mean, it sounds good, but it's got all kinds of issues. I still hadn't figured out why the Apostle Paul suffered so much. I guess he didn't have enough faith. Didn't claim it or something. Let's go to Brittany in Childersburg. Brittany, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning. I wanted to make a couple comments about the survey that you were talking about. I don't remember what book it is in the New Testament about there being a great falling away. So obviously the Bible just, it's fulfilling what it was, said it was going to do. But I will say our little church in Shelby, we did have some folks that didn't come back after COVID, but we've had at least 3 souls saved in the last 6 months.
That's great. Fantastic. Yeah. Is it Matthew 24? Talks about the great falling. Yeah. Part of the end times is there will be a great falling away. That is true. And I'm trying to remember exactly where that was. Let's go to Luke in Florida. Luke, go ahead. 30 seconds. I think maybe First John.
I was just wondering if you were familiar with the Acts initiative.
I am not.
Okay. It's a little confusing, but the guy's name is Josh Tucker. Look it up sometime and see what you think about that.
Okay. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you calling. Jeff and Warrior. Jeff, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I was talking about that Krispy Kreme. I saw on the news yesterday. The CEO said, "Well, if you don't want a donut, don't come to the store."
Yeah.
So he signed off on the people about obesity and told them, "Just don't come if you don't want it."
Yeah, I've never had, except for maybe one time Bubba put a little pressure on me, but I've never had anybody capture me and stuff a donut in my mouth.
No, never.
You're right.
Never. I've never been held against my will and fed donuts.
No, I haven't either.
Most of the time I had something to do with it.
I've never driven past a Krispy Kreme, and next thing I knew, I was in there in some time warp. I've never had anything happen. I usually make the choice on whether I want a donut or not. 14 minutes to the top. Jimmie Johnson, our guest, when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How about the Honda Indy Grand Prix presented by AmFirst? We'll be back in Alabama. It was canceled last year. For those of you that are listening to us or traveling from all over the country, it is back and making your way to Barber Motorsports Park. Tickets are limited for sale to the public because there are still some distancing, even though it's outside, and the event will sell out. So if you need to get your tickets, go to show notes right now at rickandbubba.com. You'll see it there. Show notes has the link to barberracingevents.com. So Jimmie Johnson dominated NASCAR. I thought Jimmie was gonna, I usually when I think about retiring for radio, I'll go fishing or something like that. Maybe hunt some more. Jimmie decides that he will go now to the IndyCar series and drive the number 48 for Honda, and he'll be doing that and make his debut at the Honda Indy Grand Prix in Alabama. And Jimmie Johnson joins us now. Jimmie, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
So you tell me I'm doing this wrong is what you're saying.
Yeah, Jimmie, would it kill you to go fishing or something? I mean, enough already. Now you're jumping into a car that didn't have a roof.
Yeah, that's true. I've never been accused of being smart, so we'll just roll with that.
So, Jimmie, tell us the motivation. I mean, you're going to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest, NASCAR driver of all time. What pulled you over to the open wheel series?
Growing up in Southern California like I did, IndyCar was the big series racing, and certainly at that point in time, the largest form of motorsports around. And myself and all my neighborhood kids, we wanted to be IndyCar racers. My career obviously took me to NASCAR, and very, very thankful it did, and so proud of everything I've done there. But just got a really neat opportunity with Carvana and Chip Ganassi Racing and a lot of friends in the IndyCar series, and it came together. I had a chance to drive a Formula One car in 2018. I did a car swap with Fernando Alonso. And after feeling one of these lightweight open-wheel cars, without a roof, I was like, dang, I need some more of this. This is such a rush. And, the opportunity came together, and here I am.
So let me ask you this. You're going to do a part-time schedule. What does that look like?
I will do all the road and street course races and will not do the 4 ovals that are scheduled.
Okay. So you prefer? Is it a preference, or is that all this is about?
No, well, I would say that the courage required and the risk needed on the ovals is something I just want to work my way into at this point in my life. These guys at 250 open wheels, they are some brave individuals, and I just don't know if I need to be doing that right now. And we'll see after a year of running the street and road course races how I feel. But I'm going to leave that up to my good friend Tony Kanaan. He's going to fill in for me and take over the 48 car on the 4 oval races for me.
Well, Jimmie, tell us, because, obviously you've raced at the very highest level. Racing is racing on one hand, but when you go to open-wheel cars, it's totally different. What is the biggest thing you have seen difference that you'll have to kind of look at it, your strategy? How's it changed?
Yeah, I thought they were going to be closer together, but they are so far apart. Everything about them, everything about getting up to speed and the confidence that you have in the tires and the grip of the car, it's just a different game. But the big surprises for me was the physicality required with an Indy car. There's no power steering in these things, and they create so much downforce. You go through the corners so fast that, oftentimes your arm strength is the determining factor to make the turn or not. So it's pretty intense. And then the lightweight nature of the car, the window to slide the car, like a NASCAR vehicle, you can really get crossed up and slide it and save it. These little cars, well, you get the slightest bit sideways and it's gone. So being able to sense that and understand the window of slip that I can have in the car and the tire is something I've been trying to sort out.
So, when this Indy series found its way to Alabama, I know this is shocking you, Jimmy, but Bubba and I are actually from Alabama, and so I mean we're NASCAR people. We went to Talladega, in the back of our daddy's truck and set up scaffolding long before you were even racing at Talladega, and before they took away the scaffolding option, we would be in there in the infield and we'd do the scaffolding all the way to the top to try to see that gigantic track. But when this happened, there was some people saying, well, Alabama people, they're not going to embrace the Indy series. But this has been very successful. And people do come from all over the world, but the track itself, it's a beautiful facility. And do you see the drivers now that you're kind of getting inside there? They seem to love this track. And give us your experience on the track.
Yeah, I would say it's one of the favorites for the entire field. I've heard nothing but massive compliments from teams and drivers far and wide. For me, I didn't know. I watched races on television, but I didn't realize, one, how beautiful the facility is, and you don't realize that until you have a chance to see it firsthand. And then the other thing that caught me off guard is just how much elevation change there is around the track. And again, until you're there in person, you can't really just take that all in. But ultimately, I think that race fans, have a respect for man and machine being on the limit if they're without fenders. Sure, a little different culturally, but to watch one of those Indy cars rip around that tight little barber track as fast as they do, and if you like race cars, it's definitely worth the ticket.
Do you think the Earnhardt fans of past will still go and hate you at Barbers?
Probably, and I would hope that they would. I mean, that we've gone 19 years. Let's not burn back now.
Yeah, we can see his head in there now. Well, we can really scream, look at him. That's great. So
that facility, not only a great racetrack, but it's used for a lot of other things. I was out there for a boat show. The whole facility is just unbelievable, and people come here and they're amazed.
Yeah, and that motorcycle museum, unbelievable.
Yeah,
yeah.
Is that the next thing Jimmy's going to do is do a motorcycle race? Please tell me that's not.
What else is out there, Jimmy? You want to check the box?
I started on two wheels.
Did you really?
Did you really?
Wow.
I started racing motocross. I did.
I didn't know that. Well, that's a piece of
That's why I feel like I'm safer since I've put a roll cage around me.
Yeah. I just have a feeling. I'm just trying to picture that day that you went to your wife and said, "Now I'm going to leave NASCAR, but I'm going to go over here in the open wheels." You cut a deal about the ovals, didn't you? You said, "I only do the road courses. I won't do the ovals."
You're a smart man.
I knew it.
Exactly how I told. And then I was like, babe, it's only like 13 races. I mean, it's no big deal. And then the workload has set in, and more engineers means more work. And she's like, I thought you were tired. You're busier now than you.
Yeah, she was planning on you cutting the grass more.
We know that. Jimmie Johnson, thanks for being with us.
Thanks,
and
Jimmy.
Have a great time in Alabama. We appreciate it, buddy.
Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler here. Helmsy out today. He's got to get a block to take some pain out of a back problem that he has to get these blocks from time to time. So hopefully he'll get some relief and be back with us tomorrow. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Look right there. There's Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for allowing us to do this for now 27 plus years.
So Helm's getting an epidural? When they going to induce him?
No, he's not. He's not getting an epidural. Get a block.
Oh, okay, that's just what they call it when you're not giving birth.
Right, yeah.
It's the same thing, though, isn't it?
I don't think so. I was going to say epidural, you can't even feel your legs, can you? I just mess
I hear this block thing from other people. I know what it does. I'm not sure how it works.
Yeah, I had one time, and I've got that same L4, L5
Why'd you have a block? I don't remember this.
Yeah, I had one. And
that list is long.
What scares you? What scares you is they say when you wake up, you might not be able to feel your legs for a while, but it'll come back.
It'd be tough to walk. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Might not feel my
Slight
legs.
Side effect. You may not feel your legs.
I wasn't.
Well, it's good. It really helped me. I was having real bad pain, and I've got it's not ruptured disc, but it's what's the word? Herniated, bulging. Yeah, that's it. And it really helped out. I there was a time or two I thought I might need another one, but it got better. So, but if you have back pain, it just you can't function.
Yeah, no. So we got a couple things to unpack. One of them is we don't really do this on this day in history, but today was kind of a biggie because we remember it was one of those things you go back and listen to it. You were telling me this is the day that there was an attempted assassination on Reagan.
Yeah, 40 years ago today. I was going to ask Helms if he even remembered that. He was fired on 6 times by John Hinckley Jr. in Washington, D.C. as he was returning to his limousine after a speaking engagement at the Washington Hilton Hotel. Hinckley believed the attack would impress actress Jodie Foster, with whom he had an obsession.
Boy, and come to find out he's barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah.
I know, Greg.
Thanks for the other team.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you. We all know that.
I wonder if he'd have known that then, if he'd have said, well, maybe I don't shoot the
That was a wasted attempt, wasn't it?
Yep, it really was.
Didn't he get released to live with his elderly mother?
Yeah, there was a lot of people not happy about that. I think, and this is just me, if you try to kill a sitting president, okay, you're gone. You're out of the game for life. You have given up your ability to play with the other kids, and no chance of getting out. You may remember Reagan was seriously wounded by the .22 long rifle bullet that ricocheted off the side of the presidential limousine and hit him in the left underarm, breaking a rib, puncturing a lung, and causing serious internal bleeding. He was close to death upon arrival to George Washington University Hospital, but was stabilized in the emergency room, then underwent emergency surgery. He recovered and was released from the hospital on April the 11th.
If you've never seen the documentary on this, it is a fascinating story.
It is.
Because, number one, as Bubba said, he's hurt worse than anybody thinks.
Yep.
The doctor that talked about his life, because he doesn't know who they're bringing in. And suddenly he looks up, and they're like, by the way,
hey, pretty important patient.
And then he
don't mess this up.
And then he talked about the great attitude that Reagan had and where the bullet was and how tedious it was to go get it. And that he was in serious trouble, but this is back to Hinckley trying to impress Jodie Foster. This kind of goes back to like Lil Nas yesterday. If you want attention, putting out satanic shoes and lap dancing on someone dressed as Satan, there's better ways to do it. And I just think, I don't know where, how do you draw the line if I try to kill the president, Jodie Foster will date me?
Yeah, she'll be intrigued.
Yeah, there's other ways to get her attention that I think might be more impressive.
Yeah. If you remember, too, 3 other people were wounded: Press Secretary James Brady, Secret Service Agent Tim McCartney, and police officer Thomas Delaney. All 3 survived, but Brady, of course, suffered brain damage and was permanently disabled. His death in 2014 was considered a homicide because it was ultimately caused by the bullet.
Do you remember him laying out there on that concrete?
Yeah.
Right. Ooh. But
we were. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I was 14. We were in school. It seems like they played it through the speaker into the classes, the news coverage. And I remember I was playing 15-year-old baseball and had practice that afternoon.
You did.
I remember us talking about it at practice. I'm serious.
No, you
think I'm making that up?
Who'd you play for? Do you remember?
Interstate Chevron.
Interstate Chevron. I forgot. What were you doing in that league?
The great Jack Stovall was my coach. Come on.
But anyway, I was. I remember when you go back and look at what happened. It's also incredible to watch that these Secret Service agents, they have been trained in such a way, it is off the spine for them to try to block him and to get him, and they really move into action.
You know, too, more information about him. I'd really forgotten some of this, that Hinckley was wanting to shoot a president, and he actually stalked Jimmy Carter. He was going to kill Jimmy Carter. He was actually, I think, arrested at, where was it, Nashville? Because he got within feet of the president and they found out he had a gun.
No, I remember that. You're right.
Yep.
So he had it. Didn't.
It wasn't
matter.
political. He
No.
just wanted to kill a president.
Greg, he was trying to impress Jodie Foster.
Again, I'm back to you, Rick. Maybe I fantasized myself throwing the winning touchdown pass to impress her or something like that. Not killing a president. I don't see how that makes a woman
Here's
go,
an idea.
You know, I didn't want to go out with you, but when you shot the president, I suddenly did.
Even though he didn't realize at the time he was barking up the wrong tree.
No, he didn't. Nobody knew that.
So in all fairness to him, he didn't know that. But what if he did something? Here's something. Maybe something that she would look and go, oh, how sweet.
Yeah, look at this humanitarian.
Look at this humanitarian helping these people. Look
He's
at
feeding children.
Yeah, I don't know how you go. I tell you what's going to impress this actress that I'm in love with if I take a shot at a president and try to kill one.
She'll actually want me and her to be together after that.
Do you know? Have you even thought about that? Even if it did impress her in some weird twist, she can't get to you now.
That's true. You're not going to be available for a relationship.
Right. Do you know where he got the idea for that? While living in Hollywood in the late 1970s, he saw the film Taxi Driver at least 15 times, apparently identifying strongly with Travis Bickle, B-I-K.
Is that the character?
B-I-C-K-L-E.
Is that Robert De Niro's character?
Yes, portrayed by Robert De Niro.
Okay.
The story involves his attempts to save a child prostitute played by Foster.
Yeah.
Toward the end of the film, he attempts to assassinate a U.S. senator who is running for president.
I've never seen that movie.
So he tied all that together. So
kind of dark.
That's a rough one.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Yeah, you talking to me?
Yeah. And I've just seen that scene. He's doing that in the mirror, like trying to get himself ready.
Right. Yeah, I remember that. Right. Yeah. Somebody used to make fun of it on Saturday Night Live, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Okay. I've never seen that. Probably won't.
But you can't. No, there's no need to watch that movie. That's a rough situation.
But that's those. He watched that. Would you say 15 times? And he was all about that Jodie Foster character, and somehow in his
he tied it all together.
They let this guy out. He's living with his mother, or maybe she went on in.
Yeah, I see that. That just shows we're nuts.
Don't get Bubba started because he always uses this as one of the examples why we can't forgive Pete Rose.
Yeah, I mean.
So, yeah,
John Hinckley Jr. John Hinckley Jr. is out going to the mall today. Pete Rose still can't get in the Hall of Fame. I mean, there's something wrong with that. Okay, I know. I'm sorry.
And granted, the evidence keeps stacking up against Pete, but still.
Hey, he didn't shoot a president.
Right.
No,
you know what he has successfully done?
He dated children.
I was about to say, Greg. I was just about to say. You know what?
That hurt.
You know what has helped? We have figured out that really we shouldn't be as upset about the gambling.
No, yes, the gambling, Rick, that was nothing. I mean, we've just moved it out of the way.
I think Pete
Who
should.
cares if he gambles? You know that.
Have you seen that?
I think Pete a long time ago should have started saying, "I did it for the kids."
Yes,
that might have bought him some room.
Right, not that last accusation.
Yeah, the last accusation.
Well, that kind of hurt.
Right.
But
apparently did all kinds of things for kids.
Do you remember too? And I don't remember the exact quote, but before they were going to operate on Reagan, you remember he made the joke. He asked if any of them were Republicans in there.
That was funny.
And didn't they say that he asked somebody what was that guy's beef about who shot him? Anybody know what his beef was?
Right. Yeah, and I think the doctor said they told the president today we're all Republicans.
Yep.
And something like that. I might have thrown that in trying to be sharp.
You know, too, it kept the 20-year curse alive too. You know that every president that's elected on a 20th year had an assassination attempt.
Hey, now watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, think about it.
It is. We'll be back. It's 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And thank you guys for being with us today as we kind of update you on what's going on. If you missed Jimmie Johnson, he was with us last hour and had a great interview with him about the Honda Alabama Indy race coming up at Barber Motorsports Park. We've got in show notes all the details about that if you want to go get your tickets to be there April 16th through the 18th as a Honda Indy Grand Prix comes to Alabama again. I had to cancel it last year. Tickets are limited, so you do need to make a move to get that done. So that's there. All right, so Derek, and again, it's Gordon who's talking. I've had people say that the last name is French, and I should ask Sherry that the V-I-N should be pronounced Van, not Vin. So you got your Chauvins, you got the Chauvins, you got your Chauvins.
It depends. The defense says it one way, and the prosecution says it another way. I
know.
heard it on the way in.
I know, and why is that?
I don't know.
My goodness, it's over Greg's shoulder. I know we're about to talk about this case. Did I just see that Dr. Underpants, now his books are being pulled too?
Yeah, and I don't even know
Dr.
who that
Underpants
is.
do?
I don't
What
even
Captain
know who
Underpants
that is.
do?
Rick,
Not Doctor.
passive racism.
Captain Underpants has passive racism?
Passive racism.
Captain
So
Underpants?
we got racism. We got passive racism. We got. I'm telling you what. I'm trying to keep score here. And Krispy Kreme makes you L.A. Can't eat it. What? Give me a list of things I got to be nice about and not eat, not say. Can I have that list?
I don't have
I don't
enough.
think we got enough paper.
Yeah, I was about to say, my printer does not have enough paper in it.
And not only if you do say something offensive, you can't apologize because you're wrong if you apologize because you said something offensive. That's my favorite.
That's a tough one to walk out of.
You're a racist or whatever, even if you don't know you are. That's another tough one. If I don't know I am, I don't understand. I'm Lewis, but now Captain Underpants is out, so forget it. I tell you what,
I'm out of the loop.
Everybody needs to calm.
I remember. Was it? I can't remember if it was Brooks or Blake or Brody. One of the three boys had Captain Underpants books for a while. I remember them rolling through.
It was passive racism.
Well, I had no idea. But anyway, so it's a cartoon kid with his underwear on. But,
I don't know if any. Yeah.
But anyway, so the there it is. Okay, all right. Well, thank goodness. I hope we get all these cartoons and everybody straightened out. I'm
Does
sure
that
we'll
say
live in a
Kung Fu Caveman from the future?
Yeah.
We put a lot of effort in. Rick, we put a lot of effort in stuff that doesn't really matter, and we're missing a lot of things that do matter.
We do. It goes back to this. The things we should be addressing versus the things we are addressing is really bizarro.
Yeah, we've made this statement before. It's amazing what people are offended by, and it's also amazing what they're not offended by.
Yeah, of course. No, yeah, all that's just fine. All right, so let's talk about the case. It opened yesterday, and so you were telling me, Bubba, some of the things that we found out in some of the early testimony yesterday.
Well, I watched a little bit of the opening statements yesterday, and it was very intriguing. I know I talked with Speedy and Helms about it earlier, and they both were like, wow, both lawyers made impressive arguments about it. And, of course, the footage of the 9.5 minutes that he is being held on the ground is very difficult to watch.
Oh, my goodness,
and we saw some of that yesterday. The defense made some interesting points that I was not aware of about the things that went on prior to that, the fact that he was passed out in a car. And they've got text, from the people there. They were trying to get somebody to come pick him up, and he wouldn't get out of the car, and he passed out because what appeared to be drug usage. And even one yesterday had said something about the fact he had drugs on him and he had swallowed them right before the police got there. So they were saying that with a toxicology report which showed that he had drugs in his system, including fentanyl, was probably the main cause of his death. And then, like on the prosecution side, there was also testimony from the 911 operator I thought was interesting because she had said she was watching the whole thing unfold on one of the city cameras they have, and there was one literally right across the street, and said that she thought there was a problem because of the length of time they had him on the ground, and had even inquired if everything was okay, and then at one point called a supervisor because she thought the camera had locked up. It was very unusual for them to hold somebody on the ground that length of time. Wow! So both sides brought some evidence that we had not heard before. I'd not heard before.
Well, I don't want to oversimplify this, and it's very important, and we all hate the visual that we saw, and it's clear that this officer has got issues, and likely should not be in the position that he is in if you see what took place. But when you get down to the legality of the different kinds of murder that can and cannot be proven or substantiated, I think we're going to get down, possibly, from everything that I'm seeing, that yes, George Floyd was on drugs and then maybe took even more drugs. We know what the toxicology report says.
Right.
Now, we may get down, just to kind of prepare everybody, to we have a policeman that misbehaved and needs to be held accountable for that, but the contribution to George Floyd's death is going to also include the drugs that were ingested.
Right.
And where do we land on at what point are the drugs killing George Floyd and Officer Chauvin killing George Floyd?
Right.
Now, I think we all agree that holding George Floyd on the ground with your knee on his neck for that period of time appears to be unnecessary from what we saw. And so
I think it's going to get down to some technicalities on that. Was that their training?
Yep.
Was that too much? Was it not? They did make the point that they struggled with him more than what you may realize in the begin with. And he was a big man too.
Yeah.
So, but it's a disturbing case. I thought the prosecutor made a good point that that this is not about policing. This is not about racism. It's not about this is about this particular incident. Don't try to make it a statement on bigger causes, pro or con. This is just about this incident when it happened, and I thought that was a good point on his part.
Yeah, we've got an individual that needs to be held accountable, and now we've got to decide legally how much can you hold him accountable for.
You know, police officers have a terrible. I mean, it's an incredible job that they have to do because they are dealing with people who will take their life in a minute. You know, not think twice about it. So they have to be able to defend themselves. But you know, it ultimately gets down that when police officers are they're the first level of deadly force that the government can bring against the citizens. But their job is not to be the jury, it's not to be the executioner, it is to bring people in to stand trial. And that they've got to protect those victims, even if those victims are trying to kill them. And that's going to be probably a big push, I think, by the prosecution in this, that you just can't have this happen. This is over the line, no matter what the circumstances were.
Right, and I think that part is pretty clear. I think where it might not be as straightforward as maybe some people think or maybe even desire, I don't know, what your mindset of it is the actual part that caused him to die.
Right.
And I think we all can agree that we see an officer that is applying force, that when they had him finally under control, he probably had him and there was no need to continue that. But where did that cause him to die versus the drugs that he had ingested?
It wasn't a combination of the two.
Was a combination of the two, and that's where I think it's going to get not as clear cut as maybe.
Well, the defense have just got to give you reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to try to do. So it'll be interesting to see it unfold.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, the lines just opened up. We've got a Harry Murdahl in there ready to go at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your phone calls, making comments, asking questions, bringing information to the table. You're on. You're the one.
Area code 212.
You're there. So dial us up, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and let's talk. Excuse me. This breakfast was good. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Greg, you and your wife, thank goodness the tornado didn't damage it.
It did not, Rick. The Helix survived, thankfully, and I love it. Like I said, I get a great night's sleep. I needed an upgrade, and boy, did I ever get one.
Well, you did. And this mattress voted #1 overall mattress. GQ Magazine and Wired Magazine both said that. It takes about 2 minutes to take their online quiz, and Greg, tell them why they're doing that. They won't know how you sleep.
They won't know how you sleep. They're going to personalize it. They will pick the mattress that fits your sleep preferences. Like, do you like a hard mattress, soft mattress, medium, side? Do you sleep on your side, sleep on your stomach? They cover all that, and then when they put it all together, they go, this is the one you need.
And boom, it comes right to you. You got 100 days to use it to be sure you love it. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Bubba, thank you for saving our listeners $200.
Yeah, anything I can do.
HelixSleep.com/Bubba saves you $200, and it's shipped right to your door. You get amazing sleep from HelixSleep.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let's get started. Rebecca is in Alabama, and then we'll roll through the rest of you. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. All right, Rebecca, go ahead.
Yes, I was wanting to know if y'all have ever watched the entire video of his arrest, from them taking him out of the car, walking him down the street.
Yes.
Have y'all watched that?
I have, yes.
Yes, and I think, you're watching him walk, and he's trying to kind of get away, and they're kind of corralling him down the street, and he's saying, I can't breathe, from the time they get him out of the car that he's in to arrest him for the counterfeit money. And he keeps...
Yeah, and that's where I was talking about earlier. There's no doubt that George Floyd was on drugs. There's no doubt he was under the influence and he was having some issues, and he did try to resist them taking him. But the bigger question that we all, no matter how much of the video you've seen, at one point it's over. They have him in custody. They have him under control, and people were saying, all right, at this point, enough already. And that's where the issue is. If you see the whole video, you do see that they did have to do something to get him under control, and he was having some issues and freaking out a little bit before that. But the case is going to be, did this officer's actions cause death to take place, and at what point was the officer now abusing his power as opposed to just operating under the authority that we give police in our country? And that's what it's all going to be about. Let's go to Tony in Hayden. Tony, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys for everything you stand for. Lil Nas X and the satanic shoes. Satan is so stupid because he thought he could have some kind of demonic influence that'll rise up. But how stupid is he that so many people that would never open a Bible are looking up Luke 10:18 and maybe looking up other scriptures around it and seeing, and it's just pointing them back to the light. And, it reminds me of, the devil is under my feet. So.
Yeah, it's, and today, I want to clarify that Nike is now suing Lil Nas. Is it Nas?
I just say LNX.
Yeah, I can't say this.
Lil, L-I-L, Lil Nas.
LNX.
Yeah. He's being sued by Nike. They're saying he's causing them their brand to be diluted.
Yeah, brand confusion.
And he did not.
They're getting blamed for it.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Nike is not selling that shoe.
Right.
He and his partners or whoever these people are.
This company that does aftermarket modifications, basically.
There you go. That's a good. I'm going to hang on to that one.
Yeah.
Aftermarket modification. Yeah. I like that.
That's a good one. Yeah.
To Gardendale, term, Craig, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Well, we definitely don't want to, hurt Nike's image. I mean, it's not like they use child labor or nothing. But the other thing is, I know one thing that's going to come out of this trial, whether he's guilty or not guilty.
Okay,
we're going to have some riots.
Well, I hope not, but you're probably right. Tim, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Man, used to be an EMT. I just want to say that I know that if you take enough fentanyl, it actually kills your respiratory drive. So that's something else you can think about why he couldn't breathe.
Yeah, the toxology report and the autopsy may complicate this case more than I think some people who want there to be a clean-cut verdict handed down of murder. I think that's going to make it more complicated, to your point, sir. But we'll see. John in Pelham, listening to ZZK. John, go ahead.
Yes. Have y'all seen the video going around about James Spann, what a side job should be?
James Spann with a side job? No, I haven't seen that.
Yes. I sent it to Bubba on Facebook Messenger. It is hilarious. It's called OnSpan, just like OnStar, except it's OnSpan.
Oh, I've seen that before. I've seen that before. Yeah, that's not new. I have seen that before, and it's very funny.
Unless it's a new version.
Could be a new version. Yeah. Let's go to Leanne, Greenville, South Carolina. Leanne, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, Leanne.
Rick, yesterday you were talking about Sherry mentioned that you were getting an evil laugh.
Yeah, she said there's this new laugh I'm doing, and she doesn't like it.
No, you started that when you started imitating Hillary Clinton a while back, because I would say, oh, my gosh, Rick's got an evil laugh now.
Oh, no.
You started imitating Hillary.
Yeah.
And it got on you?
And it has stuck? Do you think now there's some of it still there? So
yeah,
you
because when you laugh, I go, oh, my gosh, that's Rick's creepy laugh.
Oh, no. Greg, have you noticed it? 'Cause this is your thing.
Rick, haven't we talked about it?
Yeah.
Your laugh's changed?
Is it something different?
Well, Rick, this is not the first person to bring it up.
I know. Sherry says I've added something. She goes, and she'll point
it's
there.
It's on the end.
She'll go, there it is.
There.
All right, so.
You know how we make fun of something, it jumps on us.
I know.
Remember?
You got to be, yes. Let's go to Jamie in Alabama. Jamie, go.
Hey, so guys, when I was in high school, I took a CPR class, and they told us there that the first thing you say is when somebody's choking is, "Can you breathe?" And if they say yeah, then you know they're not choking. So the whole time this guy's on there, he's saying, "I cannot breathe, I cannot breathe." Well, you know he can breathe if he's talking, and then he's alive when they put him in the car. I guess I must be missing something, guys.
Well, again.
Well, they put him in the car, and he said he was claustrophobic or something and was freaking out in there. Out. And then they put him out on the ground. That's when they held him down.
Right.
Yeah.
Shannon, Northeast Monroe, Louisiana. Go right ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Shannon.
I was just changing the subject a little, make it a little lighthearted. You know, it's a sad day when the man's in there singing and dancing, doing dishes for your wife, and she records it and sends it to all your friends.
Is that what happened?
Oh, no.
Is that what happened?
Yes, I was in there doing dishes, singing some country songs and dancing along. Next thing you know, I get text messages from friends saying I danced pretty good, and I was like, what are they talking about? I looked, sent it to my friends.
That's over the line. That is over
Shannon,
the line.
I thought you were going to say a friend of mine's wife.
Right. I mean, that's over the line. I had some guys yesterday get on me about, me. I had a big Sherry and I, with everything. We're busy right now, so we're finding time when neither one of us have a busy day, and we spend the day together and we do stuff. And a lot of times when you do that, Blake Shelton wrote a song about it, doing what she likes, and they were sitting there, just the biggest hypocrites in the world, like making fun of things I did that day. And I'm like, what? Wait a minute, are you telling me you've never gone and done something that wasn't really something guys want to do that your wife liked? Are y'all who are you? Are you? But you guys have been married for years. We do this all the time. And there's times they'll do stuff with us that we like that they don't particularly like, just because you kind of want to be together. And I started being ridiculed with it. You went and walked through some kind of gardens and looked at flowers, like one of those botanical things. I said, well, yeah, we've all done stuff like this. And I'm like, you're telling me you've never done anything like this?
Oh, they're lying.
Yeah, they're lying.
That's all that is.
We've all watched a Hallmark movie here.
Yes.
Oh, my.
Lifetime Hallmark. We know where it is on satellite.
This thing, you're sitting there and you're just like, I know exactly how this is going. Let me guess. It's the guy that she acts like she doesn't like, that she's going to end up with, and she's after the friend that's, all wrong for her, and he's there for her. You know how
Rick, it's always the girl that goes to the big city.
Right.
To make her world, and she's usually promoted, but she comes home for Christmas and she sees some old flame.
Yes.
And they end up getting together. There's always, well, I don't want to hold you back because of your career, so I pull back. But they all get together at the big Christmas get together. It may be a dance, it may be a Christmas tree lighting. It always the magic strikes them.
Yeah. Same band's playing it every one.
Yeah,
Sure. And then there's always that moment, the guy that she's gonna marry, they have to find something for that guy to do where it's okay to hate him now. Where you start thinking, oh, I don't really like this guy.
He's inappropriate to a waitress behind him.
Tell you what, I don't like this guy.
He's a jerk.
That's right.
Loser.
This guy here that's talked to you about it, he's the one for you. And before you know it, you're in it. How'd this happen? 15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Looking forward to another active week. Getting out, doing gatherings for themanchurch.com, and excited to be in Mobile, Alabama Thursday night at the hangar of the USS Battleship Alabama. We'll be there, guys. If you want to join us, just go to rickandbubba.com and look at upcoming events. Same thing Saturday night, South Shelby Baptist Church in Shelby, Alabama. Be there for their Wild Game Feast, a big gathering of men, and with themanchurch.com. If you would like to find out more about that, go to rickandbubba.com. Those two events are there. Find out how you can get there. When we do these gatherings in different cities and states, they're all different. Some of them are free. You just come. Some have to have a ticket, but it's still free because of the COVID stuff. Some have a ticket you have to buy. So you just have to go to events and get on the links that we have there and figure that out. But love to see you guys there. And if you're out there and you'd like to find out more about themanchurch.com and our men's discipleship strategy for your men's ministry, maybe you need some help or some consultation, we'll help you at themanchurch.com. All right, Bubba, I told you that and it's in, of course, we had one time, remember Greg's books that he suggested, and it was all the books that Greg reads when he's on the toilet. And every
Greg's reading club.
Yeah, every bathroom you have a little something down in a little basket or something, or you could look at. And
Field and Stream.
Yeah, and this one, and so I was given, and I can't remember. It might have been, I don't know who gave me this, or maybe I got it during Dirty Santa back at Christmas. But it's one of these books that have all these life hacks in it, and I'd never heard the term life hack until I did. Was it Gridiron Men's Conference last year when the guy got up and did the thing about the pushing the button? You push in the buttons on the aluminum foil, and it'll always
Rick,
come.
That's actually changed my whole experience.
Me too. And he says, and I said that, and I remember it was Mark Garnett's wife, Lynn, who and she says, "Oh, you mean a life hack?" And I said, what is a life hack?
Yeah.
And she goes, you don't know what a life hack is? I said, I've never heard of it. So anyway, there's books that have thousands of them.
Right.
I mean, and we've got one, and I'm thinking about
it. Kind of spun out of the computer hacking thing. In other words, a shortcut, a way to get around something, and there were a lot of hacks for this and that. And then somebody just they would be dietary hacks, and they would be mechanical hacks, and all that. And then it turned into just life hacks.
Right. And there's some great. I'm thinking about, some of them are real simple. Like if you got on flip-flops or water shoes at the beach, and you don't want to go out in the sand, you always put them on the stairs going back up off the beach or whatever. Turn them upside down, so that when you come back, you don't stick your foot in it and they're blazing hot from being baked in the sun. That kind of stuff. And
you know what I used to do? Hack, right? I used to bury mine in the sand so that nobody would steal them. And they would be cool, but you'd have to remember how many steps from what.
Right. Yeah. Basically, you've got a buried treasure now.
That's it.
That's probably one of the only child things that you've done in a while. But anyway, there's an ex-McDonald's worker that has now revealed a life hack that will prevent crispy fries from going soggy. Yeah, don't you hate that if you get fries?
Yes.
To me, the biggest problem.
I need to hear this.
The biggest problem with Daddy get us something on the way home back when all the kids were living at home is there was just there's a lot of things that if by the time whoever went through the drive-through gets home, they stay pretty good. But fries go south pretty quick. When fries get cold and all this and they're not fresh, they go south pretty quick. Well, he is saying, and he's 35 years old now. He worked as a McDonald's trainer between ages of 14 and 17, and he said that the mistake most people make is closing the top of the bag. You know how you get your stuff and you want to put it in your car and you roll it down and you close it?
Oh, I guess it makes it too hot.
He said if you want to keep the fries from going soggy, and this has been through that, you don't do that.
So what do you do? Leave it open?
He said when you go through the drive-through.
No air on it?
And by the way, this must be some British. It's Daily Mail. It is. They call them chips. We call them fries. The reason why they end up getting soggy, he said, everyone closes the top of the bag that contains the fries because if you think it'll make it nice and airtight, but the heat will keep the chips warm. That's completely wrong. What it actually does is it steams the potatoes so that you're left with a sloppy fry. So you're actually steaming them when you close the bag. They would stay crispier if you just leave the bag open.
Well, think about. Remember, they used to have the fries in this bin that was kind of open air. Remember, and they would come along every now and then, move them around.
Yeah.
And it was under the heat lamp, but I mean, they kept them out in the air.
So here's what he says.
The counter.
He says. So that's hack number one. The first one he said is simple. You need the heat to escape. You don't need
Yeah.
it trapped in there.
I get it.
But how do you warm them back up to have them hot?
He said, secondly, he goes, be sure the fries are placed upwards in the bag. Put them horizontally because that would slow the rate of heat escaping, as opposed to it would go out one side rather than straight from the top. So he said, be sure they're facing up.
So you want the heat out.
Yeah, you want the heat out. And that's what keeps them actually warm.
Well,
and
you would
also
hope they would
crispy.
be in the bag vertically, but that doesn't always happen.
He said,
right?
so to recap, he said fries at the bottom, tip them horizontally, burgers on top, let the bag breathe, and you'll never have soggy French fries again.
No, wait a minute. So he's saying put them on their side.
Yes, I'm sorry, horizontal, not vertical. He says don't face them toward the top, lay them on their side, and open the bag and have the burgers actually on top of the fries.
Really?
Yeah, don't put the fries on top of the burgers.
I mean, nobody wants that nasty paper on your fries.
Well, I guess, Greg, you can separate them.
It seems like what you're saying works against
Same.
itself. You open the bag up so it can air out, but then you put the fries on the bottom and put them horizontal. Which causes them not to be able to get air to it. Right? Am I missing
that's just
something
what
here?
he's saying. I'm just look.
I
I'm not.
think this guy's lost his mind.
Yeah. So you're.
Now think about what he just said. That's
the hamburgers are keeping them warm, but they're now that what the heat that's escaping is not. It's actually being kept warm, but yet you're not closing it off. It seems like they go against each other, doesn't it? Yeah.
You're telling me to air it out but keep it warm.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't follow that.
Let the bag breathe. I got that part.
Got that.
But tip them horizontal. Don't let them sit there going vertical up out of the top of the bag. I don't know. He said it was a guarded secret. Why?
Guarded.
And so anyway, he says that I
Most
guarantee.
of the time I get fries, they're at the bottom of the bag anyway
Yeah, he
because I'd
said-
like to sample them when I'm driving out.
Can anybody
help us?
Anybody not eat fries on the way home? Anybody?
I usually eat whatever I got on the way home.
I gotta get me some of those
Every
fries.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't
Every
smell
time.
that.
No.
You just looking there and you go, I'm just going to take a couple of those.
Let me tell you now. I'm gonna tell you, we can have all the debates we want to, and I don't know who does what or what your loyalty is, but the greatest drive-through fry on the planet is McDonald's.
Oh, it's not even close.
Yeah,
It's not even close.
yeah. I mean, nobody's been able to come up with it.
And I will say their soft drinks pretty good too. But I think there's a reason
Yeah.
for that.
I do not like green eggs and ham. I don't.
Sam, I am.
I loathe the battered French fries. I hate for batter to be on a French fry. I don't like curly fries at all.
I like curly
Don't like
fries.
battered seasoned fries. Don't like any of that.
I'll go curly.
Do not like a curly fry.
You know, I'm not
Really?
addicted to
Don't like
fries
it.
as much as you think I would be, but I do like them, and I like all of them.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Waffle fries, I like
my
them
least
all.
favorite, but I will eat is the crinkle cut. That's my least favorite.
yeah, I like them. Okay.
I mean, I'll eat it, but I don't. It's not my first
Yeah.
choice.
I mean, Bubba, whatever time you're giving up for the fry category, somebody else is getting it. But fry, not a big area.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I like them, but I don't go. I gotta have them.
I like fries like when I sit down to have here comes a burger out somewhere or a sandwich of some kind and a little side of fries, hot and fresh. And I prefer to eat fries when I'm sitting on the outside part of the restaurant for some reason.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being here. Much to do going forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, and welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for this party.
Party. Hey, you know what it is, Bubba? It is a party. So, speaking of that, last night, and I wasn't around the phone, so by the time I got to the different text at the Team Rick and Bubba group text, I had the text you sent had been bumped up, so I didn't see it.
Right.
And so
they get lost that time of night. I put my phone down too a lot of times.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
charging it or something.
Yeah, it was just so I wasn't paying attention. So Bubba was saying, "Did you see the thing I sent you?" Greg, this guy's moonwalk. Have you seen it? This guy's moonwalk.
Oh, wait,
I mean, this guy.
Give him the audio too.
It's like he's on skates.
Yeah,
you got the audio.
I wish Bubba could do just like that.
I mean,
so do Bubba.
Yeah, I want it. Greg, watch this guy. Greg,
like he's on skates.
Greg. And he's at an intersection.
Now watch when he does his moonwalk with this lady crosses the road.
Look, now watch him go with her right here. So,
that's pretty good right there.
I mean, look, I don't hand out this compliment lightly, but that's Michael Jackson quality.
Oh yeah, it is. And it really is. And he's real wiry, so he's got a lot to work with.
He's just holding it now. Oh, here we go.
It's like he's on air.
And are you okay? Are you okay?
So funny.
So that's good right there. I mean, he's really got it going. You don't see that move much anymore.
And it's not a very slick. It's not a slick surface.
No, he's on a street with a crosswalk.
That's good.
You know, that asphalt's pretty hard to do.
Watch it.
That's some really good moonwalking right there.
It is.
That's
It's
great.
impressive.
Greg, you could moonwalk at one time.
I had a version of it.
Yeah. Bubby, did you ever get the moonwalk?
Yeah, I could do it pretty good at once upon a time.
I could moonwalk.
I ran into somebody last weekend that told me that I taught them how to moonwalk.
I bet that.
Really?
I bet you did.
Yeah.
So Bubba's known for the moonwalk.
Yeah.
At one time,
I worked on it a little bit.
But you have to be able to hold your weight up on your ankle that's up in the air, and I can't do that now. So
No.
You got to slide.
Yeah, gravity forces it back down.
You know, the thing is, what you didn't see much of, what I was the best at, I could do the forward moonwalk the best.
Oh, yeah.
I could come up going forward.
your moon.
Remember that? Yeah. I really had something running.
Is that what he do? Take his arm behind him.
Oh, he's got his shorts on.
Oh, he's having blue knee shorts on. A little tight.
A little snug. Yeah, my forward moonwalk was
big.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good.
I'm not sure I could still do
I
that.
couldn't really ever moonwalk. Anytime I would just
You went to the worm.
I would default to the worm.
You'd always default to the worm. You're still doing it.
What made that guy so good and really was a little better than what Michael was doing right there is the long strides. When you do the long strides, it really makes it look like you're floating on air. That's impressive.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's got big old long legs.
Watch it. See how long his stride is? That's impressive.
See if you could do anything now.
Come on.
Oh, no.
Get up and just try.
Nothing?
No way.
Nothing? Not even 2 steps?
No, it would look like I'm just spinning in the carpet.
Right, yeah. I mean,
you got to have strong ankles to do that.
Yeah,
because all your weight is on your foot that's up in the air. That's the trick.
Guys, I had something happen.
Okay.
The illusion.
You know how we keep going with the aging process, and this happens from time to time. I'm not talking about it was mild either. Like, and again, we've talked about this. I couldn't trace it back to anything. And it wasn't even my foot that has the past injuries on it. Because it has all kinds of problems. I feel all kinds of weird things. Sometimes I can't feel it at all.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hurting really bad. Now there's a big old bone spur on it. Looks like I've got this. My foot's a camel with a hump on it. And but then there's the other one that is not. It's not great. It's just not as bad as the right one. I'm telling you, and I don't even know what it was tied to. It must be bone spurs that move around and get on different nerves. I mean, I didn't roll my ankle. I didn't have anything happen. I didn't fall from somewhere and have to catch myself. And all of a sudden, I just get up the other morning, and I mean, my foot hurts so bad, like if you were a normal person, you probably seek some sort of help. I mean, I'm not. I can't hardly walk on it. Sherry's like, what in the world is? I said, I don't know. Feel like I've got a pickaxe in the side of my left foot, and it was that way for a couple of days, and then it just kind of went away
for a couple of days.
Yeah, a couple of days.
We just got back normal. Gerald Ford.
But it was so bad that Sherry thought I fell in the middle of the night, and it was just me limping across the floor to go to the bathroom. And she goes, "What happened?" I said, "What are you talking about?" She goes, "What's happening?" I'm just limping. You know, and she's like, "I'm limping. You're limping really bad." I know.
You know, when you first wake up in the morning,
This is it right here.
My favorite. Oh,
hey, watch it.
Hey, I'm down.
You're right.
Watch it.
Those first few steps are precious, aren't they?
No.
Oh, you don't know what's happened overnight.
Yeah, I mean, mine usually sounds like glass breaking, all the
Yes.
popping and cracking.
Guys, y'all realize now at our age, we get up and like Bubba said, the first time you put weight down on your feet, you're like, I wonder is everything going to work right today?
Yeah. Hope this works.
Try to walk without using your ankles.
Yeah, some days I'll go. Some days it feels more knee
That's an old
oriented.
man shuffle.
Other days it feels more ankle oriented. Then other days feet.
Yeah.
And then every now and then your shoulder feels like somebody's hit you in the back. It just took a pickaxe and just hit you right in the shoulder, right here in the back.
Yes.
You know,
Somebody's wearing you out with that pickaxe.
I got a lot of pain. I live in a lot of pain. I can still do the forward moonwalk though.
I bet you could. Get them knees up.
I don't know how high I could do it though, but I think I can still do it a little bit.
Don't hurt. Here you go.
No, I mean I'm not talking it's going to be.
I see you looking at the floor.
I'm
over
not
there.
saying it's going to be fantastic, but I mean I can do it to a degree.
You know, Speedy made a good point about that guy in the video. I mean, he's on asphalt.
That's
That
incredible.
It
is
looks
a
like with basketball shoes on.
hard
which is
surface to do that.
Even more of track.
He polished the bottom of them shoes.
Got him shined up.
Yeah, he got him shined up.
That is something else.
He's pretty quick-footed, that's for sure.
That move there.
That still owns me, by the way.
So you say the pressure is on the foot that's high?
Yeah, that's
So
the whole illusion.
See, the
yeah.
other you just slide.
You get up and do it, Greg.
I can't do it.
You still do it. Huh?
I never could really do
that
it.
thing with
And
his arms
socks,
is
I
pretty
was
good. I've never seen
It's
anybody
a little
do
weird.
I'd put socks
Here's
on.
what gets me to. Why does the woman give it? She didn't even act like he even exists.
I feel like she does need to give him more.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
my
you know,
God.
Is he
Man,
really?
man.
Let me ask you a question. I know this sounds. Is he really there, or is that just? Is
No,
that
I
background
think
in
there's
it?
I think there's two things optically about that makes it even better. One, the stripes and the crosswalk. Okay. And the fact that she's walking across and he's going back, I think that makes the effect even greater than if you were just doing it on a blank stage. Because your eye has something to compare it to. She may have been I mean, that whole thing may have been set up. I mean, who knows? But it's still pretty
I
impressive
heard
what he could do.
that's how they met.
Here now.
Well, let me tell you, if I
Sorry,
could do that, you better believe I'd do it in the crosswalk in front of y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do it every day into
You
the
get
studio.
you get a view of it as y'all were coming in the parking lot.
yeah.
I go right across.
You be going.
There goes Bubba.
Greg Corsican probably didn't have a job.
No, if he's got time to play out in traffic, he don't know where to be.
Everybody's like, "Yeah, I saw your son." Oh no, yeah, he doesn't have a job.
He does
He
because
can moonwalk.
Ricky took a lot of hours to get all that.
Greg, no, you're right. He's still living in our basement, but he can moonwalk. I'll give you that.
I
Rick,
got
now how much does that pay? Not a lot.
Not a lot. You know, he's got a hat over there. Has a few coins in it.
Bubba, could you ever break dance? I mean, when they
You never spun on the ground.
No,
He could pop.
I didn't want to get on
could.
the
Popping
ground
was your
spinning.
thing.
Yeah, we
Pop
popping
and lock
robot
guy,
and
yeah.
all that. I know that's your go-to, but I didn't know if you were throwing down some cardboard and
Nah,
just
I
going
never-
to
No, I
town.
never did do that. I
He'd drop his cardboard for
How
a spin.
about when the guys?
I remember
know,
the first
still-
time I saw that.
still
the
at my-
people spinning, I thought about
How about on the head?
I couldn't believe it.
Still at my size, you tear a shirt up in a minute doing that. So.
Greg, do you remember that uncomfortable moment when that guy that we got introduced to through the whole Troy connection, all that, and he could do all that spinning, and what happened at the condo that time? Remember, and I started making jokes about it. Were you not there that time?
Wait a minute.
Well, now we all got to know. Right?
Well, there was a guy who carried around the mat
Yes.
and everything.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
You remember the guys who carry the mats
I
around?
do. Had his own mat.
You remember it now, aren't you? What is his name, Haji or something?
Oh, you did. You offended
No,
me.
it wasn't me. No, you got that wrong. No,
Who was it that offended
I know
you?
that's the first go-to from the 80s.
Who was that offended him?
Oh, I can tell you in the break. But you need to stop right now.
Okay, I remember it. I barely remember it.
You're thinking out loud again.
Hey, Inspector Gadget, back off just a minute. Before you get down to the answer.
Look, there's Bubba. Look at Bubba. Oh my gosh, Bubba. What year was this, Bubba?
There's Bubba.
This was last week. That's impressive.
Come on, Greg.
Turn, Bubba.
That's so good. We're back, Rick and Bubba's show. So as we get back, Bubba, we have is this tech update?
Space, Rick,
Is it
space.
tech? Is it tech or is it space? Tech or space?
It's space.
No tech?
No, tech's in it, but space. Had that tech button ready.
Somebody say it.
Always and
Bubba, what's our topic today?
Rick, you know, Virgin Galactic.
What's that?
Virgin Galactic. You know, they're going to be, it looks like our first space tourism company, and they unveiled this week their new third-generation spacecraft.
Who did?
Virgin Galactic. You remember the first two were white. This one is mirrored.
Are they the ones that had
sharp.
to crash in the one?
Yeah, they've crashed a few now.
Look at me
They're all
over
going to
here.
crash a few.
Who crashed it?
It's the VSS Imagine is the name of it. Third generation of their space planes. And Richard Branson confirms he will fly to space this summer on this plane.
In a hot air balloon.
Ahead of Tourist, which will begin flying early in 2022.
Look at the logo on the wing there.
I mean, you got to admit, that's a pretty sharp-looking
what does it say?
Plane as long as it comes back in one piece.
Well, I hope it works out better than his balloon trips. Remember, he kept trying to fly around the world, and they kept having to rescue him?
How many times do we have to rescue him?
A bunch. He'd always have that same look on his face.
You know, I'll give him this, though. He, you know, he keeps trying, you know.
He does.
He keeps pushing the envelope.
And just must have money laying everywhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
you
mean,
realize
yeah.
I've crashed something that costs no telling how what, and I was building. I got it. Hey, I'm gonna build another one of those.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that again.
I just need a plane to go to space.
That's quite the
Wow, that's cool.
Any way you get in it, Bubba?
Nah, probably not at this point.
So
you
it's
know, I'm like the vaccine. I got to see a few successful shots, and then we'll take a look at it. Plus, me buying a ticket on it are slim to none.
How much them tickets running now?
Oh, what was it, 20 million or
Are you
something?
going to buy
it ain't 20 million. Is it 20 million?
Oh, it's something.
Are you going to buy one of those tickets or do that, or to go to that tennis thing on that island with them?
You know, that was the thing. I probably, you know, if you have regrets looking back, I probably should have gone to that tennis tournament he had on his private island out in the Bahamas or wherever it was before it got destroyed by the hurricane.
Now, what was the price tag on that one?
Ooh, Rick, it was like $100,000 a person to be in it.
Mm.
But you know, they called me one time. I thought it was a gag. I thought y'all put somebody up to it. It was funny.
Well, you still don't know that we did.
Well, you got you got a guy that was pretty good. Who will? Oh, this is the $250,000 because it's $20 million to go on the space station. That's it.
Okay, so it's only $250,000 to fly in that plane. That's it.
90-minute trip.
Okay.
And you get to, you know, when you get weightless, you get to throw M&Ms up, show everybody you're weightless. I thought that was
$250,000 worth.
Of course, I'd be the only one trying to eat the M&Ms out of air. And
Listen, this wait a minute. You sure somebody said that, or did you dream that?
No, they did. You remember on the test flights? That's how they would show they were weightless. They'd throw M&Ms.
It felt a little bit like George saying he had a dream about down at Cheers, and they were like, "That's actually your life."
But $250,000, I don't think I'm gonna.
I'll
make
go
that one
for
either.
it.
Oh, Bubba,
no,
you got that laying around.
No, I don't.
No way. What is it? It goes up. We just go up there and we float, then come back.
It's a 90-minute flight.
90
but
minutes.
You go
$250,000.
Suborbital. You know, you make the big. So you get so much time that you're actually weightless above the atmosphere. So you technically go into space.
Do you think
It's right
when
on
that
the
90
edge of it,
minutes
so.
is over, you come back down and you go, wow, so I paid for that?
I know.
Well,
Wow, that went faster than I
Because
thought
there's
it
been
would.
times in my life I know I go, wow, so I paid for that. This is a terrible experience.
Yeah.
Well, I think like
You
the
know?
first time you
Unfortunately,
flew,
that's happened a lot.
you flew in an airplane, and you get above the clouds, and you go, "Wow, this is pretty impressive,"
Not gonna be
so
very-
you can imagine above the whole atmosphere where you're seeing the curve of the Earth and the black of space and all that. It'd be pretty, and M&M's floating
And
around.
you
everywhere.
confirm that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Ain't gonna confirm
And all
that.
the same. So I guess now Intergalactic's in on this scam.
Now, I hope they're successful with it. I hope it works, and more and more people will do that. The more people that are in it, it'll be cheaper and better for everybody.
Well, let me tell you
I love
this.
the technology on this. Remember the two brothers that invented that plane, and he came in and bought them out?
Yep. You talking about things that
The
are
Wright brothers?
You talking about things that are overrated, Speedy? and it may be different because your experience was a little more active and we were having some fun with it. But I can tell you the thing, and I'm gonna see if you agree with this or not. I can't believe we've never had this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I thought in my mind how it was going to be, and then when I got down, I thought that was terribly overrated. Was a hot air balloon.
True. Yeah.
I don't have any desire to get one of those.
Hey guys, it's not that great an experience. It's kind of uncomfortable. It's louder than all get out. Every time they're blowing that,
Yeah, but
and
you know something you can
it's
control
gonna be,
a little better.
You think
Yeah.
it's going to be this thing like you go with your wife up to some mountaintop and you get up there and maybe you lay around and have some kind of picnic or something, or look at this beautiful view, watch the sunset. Those things are nice. You think it's going to be something like that?
Mm-hmm.
It's really not. It's not very romantic, and it's not comfortable. It's not relaxing.
You want it to be over?
Yeah. At one point, you're kind of like, "Hey, just take us down."
Yeah.
It's just going down.
Because you get up there and it's not. Here's the problem I had. You don't go high enough to be cool, like temperature wise. So you're still hot. If it's a hot day and you're up there,
You got that flame right next to
and
you.
when that guy keeps pulling on the flame, it's so loud, and he's right on top of you. You're crowded up against the guy
He is.
driving it.
Yep.
It's a small basket.
Right.
Well,
and then half the
yeah,
trip
that-
is worried about where you're going down because it's all about the wind.
Yeah. It was
You
not.
got the chasers
Well, you-
trying to figure out where they
And
need
we've
to
all
be.
seen them getting power lines. We've all seen it.
Yeah.
Rick, you said the thing why I won't do that. You're standing in a basket.
Yeah.
I don't use a wicker chair to change a light bulb.
That's a
Why
good
would I
point.
go up 500 to 1,000 foot?
That's a
anymore,
great point.
you know?
That's a good point.
Me and wicker.
If you wicker, you're not going to stand on
I want
wicker.
carbon or something.
Amen.
Between me and the ground.
Yeah.
So if you're going to enjoy hot air balloons, in my opinion, it's better to go watch other people fly around in them because they can be quite beautiful.
Yeah, on the ground when you get a bunch
Yeah,
of them, it's
yeah,
neat
yeah.
when they're all firing them up at night.
But
Not up there
to,
at 5
but to be in the basket flying was kind of a. You agree with me?
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, it was not that.
There was 2 times on this show where we had to handle getting down, and your mom was involved with one of them.
Yeah.
At the high
Mom's
school.
known for her.
We were throwing rope over the side, going, "Please, pull us down."
Not as comfortable and beautiful as I expected it to be. And by the way, don't forget, you're standing the whole time.
Yes, you are.
There's no sitting. You're standing. At least if I'm in a helicopter, I'm seated. Oh, there goes Speed.
There it is. That's a bad scene.
That's a bad feeling right there. Yeah. They're much more fun to look at. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we've dropped the gate. We've dropped the gate. All lines are available. Come one, come all to 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's a phone troll. And time for us to talk to you, America. Come on. The lines are open. While you're lining up your phone call to make a comment, ask a question, or bring some information to the table, I will remind you that pest control is something we must not ignore. But you can't just hand this responsibility off to anyone. So we suggest you save yourself a lot of hassle and go with the best. Cook's Pest Control. For termite protection, it is the unbeatable combination. They team up with that Centricon system and build a fortress around your property. Also, but any kind of pest control that is needed, they're the best. We use them and you'll love them too. If you want to get a no-obligation evaluation of the property that you would like for them to service, then go to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com. You can also find their link there at rickandbubba.com and put them to work for you, and you'll be able to sing along with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. To Mike in Talladega. Mike, you got 30 seconds on the program. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, friend of the show, Jim Dunaway, just had a flub on air, live on air, doing a commercial.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, for this stuff, I want to be real nice on it. It's called nut dust. And it got away from him really, really quickly.
Can I ask and be gentle, because I know these sports stations. There's sometimes you feel like the only commercials they run involve one topic. But is this what is this product supposed to do?
It's supposed to help with the let's say hygiene of the lower half.
Got it. And that's what the name of it is.
That's correct. And he, bless his heart, they had to just take the commercial over from him and try to finish it up for him. The other guys did.
Did they all get to laughing? Did they get to laughing about it? Did he say it correct? Did he say it correct?
He did. He did, but he tried to add his own little spin to a couple of things.
Got away from it. Okay. That's I bet that's gold right there. Look, I'll be telling you, I'm just going to be straight up with you. We've all come through a pandemic. There's advertising that normally you would never think would see the light of day. And now the clients you're going to start hearing on radio stations. Look, if you ever wanted to buy radio advertising, now's the time to do it. I mean, it's the cull factor is much lower these days. Wow, that's funny.
Yeah.
Wish I could have heard it.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's some kind of archive of it or something. You know us, we'd put it out on social media and let you hear it again.
Sure, I'm sure it'll be around.
Lines are available, 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can roll in there, too. Bruce out of Nashville. Bruce, welcome to Rick and Bubba, buddy. How are you?
Hey, I'm good, Rick. So you know how your wife and said you've adopted or you've got this new laugh,
Yes.
this new maniacal laugh?
Yes.
I'm not sure that I see that, but I will tell you that you know how when you're around people, you pick up their habits and their sounds?
Yeah.
I've subconsciously adopted your laugh.
Really?
Yeah, like somebody will be telling me something funny, then I'll just go.
Oh, yeah. Now, that's a little bit of it there. If you listen to this show, guys, I'd like to say there's some good habits to pick up, but I can't think of any.
We just keep showing up.
I mean,
that's about it. That's the only talent I claim.
There's some bad habits. I mean, our habits may not be the best thing for you. Homer out of Georgia.
Homer.
Hey, Homer, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How y'all this morning?
Good. Hope you're okay, bud.
Good. I just want to call and wish my wife a happy anniversary that God has blessed me with, and just a wonderful woman.
Okay, and so how long have you been married?
36 years.
Ooh, okay, what's her name?
Phyllis.
Phyllis and Homer.
Oh, yeah.
26 years, did you say?
36.
36.
Yeah.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. You got you on my mind. Andy, Illinois, checking in. Andy, 30 seconds, go.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up our whole cancel culture. It reminds me of the early 80s Apple commercial where everybody's staring at the screen and that guy comes up and busts the screen they're looking at. We're going back to wanting everybody to be all the same uniform, staring at the same thing, saying the same stuff.
Yeah, it's feeling a little more...
Got a little Janet Jackson Rhythm Nation feel, too, doesn't it?
It's Orwellian, isn't it? Very Orwellian. 1984, let's all go read it. It's not that funny's not near as funny. I mean, the book's not near as funny as it was in the beginning.
Boy, tell me this. Compared to today, the 80s, doesn't it just look better and better every day? You remember how everybody got along? Nobody cared.
Right.
Back being offended back then.
John Hinckley, John Hinckley tried to shoot the president, but
we worked through it.
Right. We got through that, too. We did work through that.
We had some great movies, great music. Everybody got along for the most part.
Sure.
Had the Russians on the run.
Right.
Ronnie was telling us everything was going to be all right. We believed it.
Right. Quincy out of Alabama. Quincy, 30 seconds. Go
I'll
ahead.
eat for today's kids.
Hey, guys, I know how much you like to mess with little kids, and since we got April Fool's Day coming up, I got one for you.
Okay.
My granddaughter's recently been losing a lot of baby teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I know you've been getting some money for the baby teeth, but just wait until your baby tongue falls out. You really get some money.
No, you didn't. No, you did not.
Baby toe.
Let me write that down.
I got James out there.
Baby tongue. What did he say?
Did he say tongue?
I thought he said toe.
Did he say tongue?
Tongue?
Yeah,
Okay.
he said tongue, yeah.
I said baby
Toe's
toe.
pretty funny, too.
Yeah.
James, thank you for that visual.
You're right.
Got it.
Thank you.
No confusion on what he was talking
Thank
about.
you.
No, we got that.
So on that note, you know how sometimes something is just like, I mean, it's just almost too easy, but you still have to do it.
Yep.
So I get home. I don't think it was yesterday. Was it yesterday? What day is this?
This is Tuesday, Rick.
The 30th.
I think it was yesterday then. But anyway, so Sherry was telling me, she goes, I don't know if y'all are having this at your house right now, but with the change of seasons taking place, spiders are now everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And really, really a lot of spiders. And spiders are difficult to do much with. It's hard to keep them out of your house or whatever.
Yeah, they're persistent. Buddy.
Yeah, but Sherry had walked out onto out one of the doors out into one of her little flower gardens or whatever, and she said, "Hey, I saw the biggest spider as far as where we live. I mean, this thing borderline on tarantula big." And she was like, showing me how big it was. She goes, "You wouldn't believe it was this huge black spider." And she goes, "I killed it out here in the flower bed. Come here, I'll show it to you." So she bends down to look for it, and I take my fingers and just softly touch her on her shoulder, and she went, like that. And I was just like,
what are you
and
doing?
as I was doing it, I was like, "This is too easy." What are we doing? Somebody help me! And, I mean, she looked at me. She goes, "Why would you do that?" I said, "Why would you not do that?"
Did you get punched or anything?
Oh yeah, just a flurry of fists and all that. And but I mean, look, I don't have any respect for somebody who wouldn't do that. I mean, if I just told you I killed a snake outside, come here, let me show it to you, and I bend down and I'm trying to find it, you have to bump me in my shin.
You're gonna have a weed in your hand.
Oh, you got it. He said, "Yeah." I mean, it's on me. Get it off. To James in Alabama. James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Fantastic. Fired up.
Hey, man. Hey, I don't know if you guys ever seen the video, but back in, I think, 2014, a kid was in a dance talent show, and he did the Billie Jean episode with Michael Jackson. He did the complete dance, and he won the show. And to me, he did better than Michael Jackson. But if you guys could look that up, I mean,
that was actually Bubba. I think if you look at Jacksonville High School, I'm pretty sure that was Bubba. Might have been Jack State.
That was it. What show did he say it was on?
He just, I think
it was
what happened.
Hard to narrow that one
let me
down,
tell you what this guy just did. He remembered a video of somebody that somebody threw out that he saw one time.
Right.
Okay, about a guy who was in a talent show that did Michael Jackson as his talent and apparently did a really good job with it. Now I don't know if you just Google guy who did a really good job in a talent show of Michael Jackson, how you find it.
Yeah,
and there's no telling when it happened.
Yeah.
But this is a guy, this is stuck in his mind. He saw a video one time, and this guy was owning it. And I agree with him. I'd like to see it. But I bet if you Google that, there's several people that have done, I guess maybe you could Google guy wins talent show with incredible Michael Jackson impression or Billie Jean and we might be able to find it,
we're looking.
But I bet there's a lot of those. I've seen a lot of people, and some are good and some are not. and I got to tell you, the not good ones, maybe I may like them as much.
Greg, this one looks like you. I'm looking at.
It's on him anyhow. He said he was better than Michael Jackson. Y'all heard that, right?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a statement.
Come on.
They're probably. Yeah. But I bet there's a lot of them out there. Look, we've watched 1,000 times on the show, his halftime show at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's good.
I wish Greg would ask me what I want to eat.
Was about as good as any of them I've seen.
I know. Better Michael Jackson?
He had that long stride down.
Well, he's not better than Michael Jackson.
That was pretty good.
I mean, the whole presentation.
That's pretty good.
He looked like somebody down at the plant.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. All right, let's talk about some things you need to know. Trevor Lawrence, everybody thinks will be the number one pick in the NFL draft, says he will go virtual. And he said a year after the draft was forced to go virtual, which was a terrible experience to watch.
Yeah.
It was horrible. You can't even see these reactions that they. What gets me is they, rightfully so, use a promo. They use a promo showing why the NFL draft is special of people's response to it, and then they give you some virtual thing where the response is delayed and you can't even tell what's going on.
Okay, obviously they're going to have some players there this year, but are they limited crowd, no crowd?
Yeah,
but
he says, thanks, Greg. He says that everybody says the Jaguars are going to pick him up right out of the gate, and he says he'll watch at Clemson with a few family members and friends. It says he had successful surgery on his left shoulder. Did you know he had shoulder surgery?
No, I didn't.
In mid-February.
Ooh.
He's expected to make a full recovery. I didn't know that either. Says he'll be 100% ready for training camp, and then it talks about this. But it says he's not going to be there. He's going to watch it at home.
I hate that. Look, I understand that, but I'm going to tell you, when you're the number one pick in NFL draft, there's not more of a prom queen moment than that. And I believe, hey, look, I love family, friends, and all that. We can have a party when I get back.
Yeah. If you're the number one pick,
I believe I got to walk out there and hold that jersey up, put that hat on as everybody's booing the commissioner.
Right. Sure. And now if I'm the guy that's on the bubble to be number one, and if I don't get number one, I'm going to drop to about 15, and every break they put the camera on me, and now I may stay at home then.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
But you don't know you're that guy till it happens.
I know. That's the sad part.
Is he afraid he'll get COVID? I mean, what is this about?
I don't know. Maybe he just I don't know.
Maybe he just wants to be with family and friends, but a
lot of them do that, but
we
usually
could have
not the number one guy.
Yeah, we could have a heck of a party after I had my $15 million signing bonus when we'll get back.
Yeah, we can hang out for a week.
So that didn't sound like a bad laugh just then.
It was kind of a cackle.
It sounded a little forced.
That I like.
Okay. You're America.
Promised land.
Well, Bubba, Babylon Bee yesterday, because they write these off the headlines they keep seeing. Babylon Bee yesterday, Sesame Street introduces Todd, a white male Muppet who is blamed for everything.
Todd.
Rick, it's funny because they have the two other black puppets that came out earlier this week, and it's funny.
And so on that note, California teacher,
unless that kind of thing offends you,
California teacher, white supremacy in parents that are demanding that schools reopen. So we now have...
We'll throw white supremacy on anything.
Great.
Have you noticed that?
And what's so sad, there's not much of it that still exists, but now they get to hide easily because we call everything white supremacy.
Yeah.
How is it a practice of white supremacy if you think that science is showing that teachers in California not wanting to teach students in the classroom cannot be supported by science, and that they're being unreasonable as your child's education is going backward?
And is it white people that are trying to force them back to work, or is it just people who want kids in school? I don't think it's a white push.
I think with some people, it's just the knee-jerk response anytime that I reach an opposition. If you don't agree with me, that's the first thing I scream. It's just almost like a reflex.
Right. In today's world, they won't fight you.
And what it does, sadly, is it waters down the real issue of that, where there are real problems.
Which, by the way, I'm telling you, true white supremacists in today's society, there's not a lot of them. Now, it is there, but let me tell you something. Like this person here says they've been monitoring their neighborhood for white supremacy. What?
What does that even mean?
I don't.
Are they looking for the Klan? What are they doing?
This is so. But anyway, a parent that says, I don't think it's necessary for especially the young children, to continue to learn virtually, and we want you to get back to doing your job, and we don't think there's any science that says that you're at any high risk, especially you're probably at a lower risk if it's young children than people who are doing other things for a living, and we want our children to be educated. Instead of that being a conversation about science and the pandemic and our kids going backward and your responsibility as a teacher, anybody who wants these teachers, I guess. So how can someone who wants the kids taught? What about the teachers that are white that they also want back in the classroom? So how can it be white supremacy if the teachers are all different ethnicities?
I know.
They just want a teacher back teaching in the classroom.
And Rick, the parents that want the kids to go back are different ethnicities too.
They're not white people. White people are that is the typical case of just scream that so everybody will give you your way.
It's a knee-jerk reaction.
We are, because it didn't make sense.
The picture of Todd is just so funny.
Todd's fantastic.
I cannot get over that.
Todd is fantastic.
Did you see some of the other headlines they had yesterday? It was a banner day for them.
Well, people are saying now that they may be doing the best they've ever done.
Well,
they've got
so much material out there to work with.
They've got a picture of Joe Biden laying horizontally in the hall of the Capitol, and it says business at the Capitol grinds to a halt after Biden falls and blocks hallway.
I saw that.
Take her off the tanker.
And a picture of him laying there?
Yeah. Kanye West releases new edition Jesus Night.
Well, Kanye.
Listen,
Nike.
Controversial Georgia law requires poll workers to check voters for a pulse.
Yes, I saw that one. Controversial.
And it's got a guy checking the guy on the table with a sheet over his head. Oh, that's funny. I don't care who you are. That's good.
In our continuing, undoubtedly, commitment to dilute white supremacy, Oxford music professors suggest scrapping sheet music from curriculum because it is complicit with white supremacy.
You know,
They're talking about Mozart and Beethoven.
I saw
they're
that.
talking about the big guys.
I saw that story, and I couldn't follow what they were talking about sheet music, but they didn't say from those people. Are they just
it mentions Mozart and Shakespeare? I mean, not Shakespeare, Beethoven at one point in the article. But correct me if I'm wrong. So those are musicals, right? I mean, those are instrumentals.
Yep.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, the same faculty.
How do you decide? Are they talking about the era that they were written?
Yes. This is at Oxford University. They're questioning whether the current curriculum was complicit, as I said, in white supremacy, pointing to the program's focus on white European music from the slave period. Composers like Mozart and Beethoven are being questioned. Now, there's no indication that Mozart and Beethoven are racist or are they participate in white supremacy. Now, if I just wrote music in an era that featured slavery, now this
even though I had nothing to do with it.
There's a question. Well, I mean, it was written during this era.
I mean, it ain't like it's a song about slavery and how great it is.
No. These are
actually instrumentals.
These are movements of music by these brilliant.
But they're
men.
just going by the era in which they were composed.
White Europeans and these brilliant composers were writing during a time.
Well, I know we've worn this statement out, but if we're down to this, oh my God, man, we have got a lot of things settled.
Do you realize how little?
Now think about it. You're not fighting racism that you're dealing with today. You're fighting that of the past.
That's a great point.
That you even if you win that battle, it doesn't change anything.
Nothing.
But again, just because I'm a composer in an era doesn't make me racist.
That's a waste of breath.
Right.
Now, anybody that voices any concern about that is a waste of breath.
I tell you what it means. I went out hunting for white supremacy, and I had such a hard time finding it. I had to go look really behind every crevice, around every corner.
And we're trying to one up each other on the white supremacy.
Trying to find it. So anyway, it must be hard to find. Top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. If our time together is over today, may the Lord go with you, and Lord willing, we'll talk again tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba to the high.